Welcome everyone! MaroTachi already in charge! Yeah. Welcome man! How are you doing? Sorry for being late today. I was working in Coca-Cola. Yeah. Those galleries there. Those galleries. Let me check the galleries. Let me check my emotes here. Let's see. Oh, sorry, I am using cut flowers. I don't know. Let's do it as fast as we can here. No, the official gallery. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Bam. Okay. Welcome. I worked yesterday night and today's morning because I have to see a client tomorrow. I don't know what time I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna be streaming. I will try my best. Yes. But I have no estimation, so it's gonna be a gaming stream. I'm gonna stream, but I don't know when is it gonna be. I don't know about the time. I have no confirmation. So I hope your battery is ready. Your battery is fully charged and your car is doing amazing. And I hope, well, since you changed the engine there, I hope it hasn't given you a single problem. Okay, let me turn on the music. Stardew Valley music here. Stardew Valley music. This is where we left off. I left a few notes for future Koke. That's present Koke right now. Transfer weights from skirt to wool and flaps. Because I figured that could be a better idea actually. And it's probably easier because they are closer. So that makes sense. And this other thing is to remember that I still need to do the fingers there in the cannon. And I need to make the hand spin. I will make that spin. Okay. And I need to add constrictions to the movement here and there. Let me see. We managed, well, I of course need to make the IK controllers work again, but we managed to make this one work, and this clamp works and spins properly, or kinda. It's not following the axis perfectly. Possibly need to move that little ball a little, right? I need to maybe slightly, I need to align it with this bird there. And this one, what about this one? Let's rotate. I think it was on the X. I don't know why they have those different angles there, but they do. Well. And I, here for the cannon, I only made it follow this bone, the whole thing. So I need to get in there and actually fix the fingers before I forget. How are you doing over there? How are you doing? Was somebody streaming today? I don't think so. I saw you the other day on MaroTachi or Slinky. Slinky was streaming Minecraft. You said hi over there. Okay, let's paint this. I was kinda fast with the rest of the, well, they were rigid, so they didn't need that much attention to detail there. So armature and mesh and white paint. Okay, so let's choose the proper bone. This one is painting everything. To be fair, this one probably should only control this thing here, but because these are connected, it's gonna move everything with it. Well, to remove a little bit of the weight the bones have, right? So L, that's it. I'm gonna weight paint that to 0 and keep going here. So for the next bone, W again. Okay, the hand controls that section there, so that would be a weight of 1. And for the rest, the thing is here. Oh no, I did it properly, right? I think so. No. You need to clean the thingies, okay. One, and 1. This should be 0. You can do it red too. I think it works, but this way you avoid confusions there. And I saw the other day while uploading, I was writing the description for YouTube, and I thought, didn't we just saw a tutorial where they parented objects to the bones straight up? That way you don't have to even do the red weight paint. It is straight up parented. You maybe need to make it its own object probably, right? But I think that was more efficient even. So yeah, that's probably the way to go. Basic rigging. So yeah, I guess that would be more efficient because you are not storing the weight paint map, let's say. I don't know. I can do it like this. I don't hate it at all. That is fine. I don't know if there is. I think this would be like a vertex rigging because we assign values to each vert. Wait, yeah, weight values. That's what we are doing now. But if you straight up parent, is it? I think it was more efficient, right? Efficient in the way you could see it in time, where you can check times here, maybe. It was better for animation, I think. Straight up parenting objects to bones instead of weighting them. But I don't know. I mean, both are legal, I guess. Okay. All right. That should be it, and it should work. Let's check it out, because if I were to move this, moves everything because they are parented. I need to add the constraint though. It is to be able to twist it like this. I think that looks cool. Let's see how this works. Okay. Yeah, they work. Okay, and you move everything, right? Yeah. Legal enough. I thought I was debating if I needed to stitch this, the arm to the cannon, because when I move this, the arm is not properly following. You can see there, right? It separates. I tried weight painting it better, but to be fair, I'm not able to get a perfect result there. So I think merging them might be the right call. But I don't know, is it gonna ruin the UVs? Possibly not, because when I separated those cylinders, it did not destroy my UVs. So maybe I can possibly join this and there won't be an issue. Let me see. How should I do this? I need to go to the body. I need to join the objects though. So Canon and body, they have to be the same mesh. The UVs stay. Do you think this is the right choice? And there are times when you join meshes and the program will forget to save them. This, to save the UVs, you mean? Holy flipperino. I think Blender should be safe. I just saved. What is the Canon? Canon is in clamp. And the body is on its own. Maybe that is a problem. No, well, it should keep the UVs separated, right? Joining meshes or adding things sometimes can reset them, but Blender is pretty good. Yeah, this is gonna be a bit odd, right? Because I have the collections here. Can I? Is there something like a modifier? Or can I parent those birds to the other birds without joining the mesh so that they follow? Without having to join them or something. To add a constriction there, right? A constraint. Bird editing will change the UV. Yeah, but without bird editing, right? Just make the ring or the loop on the arm follow this other loop with a constraint, like an IK constraint or something like that. A special kind of constraint to make it follow. It depends how bad you change it. Let me see. Particles? No. Physics? No. Constraints. Add object constraint. Follow track. Transforms. Copy rotation. Add a constraint to the active object, but it is not an object, right? Limit rotations, these are the ones I need to add to every mechanical part, right? Deleting edges or faces maybe will change the UV. Have to look. Yeah, it does, because when I edited the skirt, right, I edited the center here because the mirror was making it clip like crazy. And here too. And I deleted a few faces, cut in there, and I had to go back to the UVs and put them where they belonged. It was not too bad, but had to do something in there, right? Let me see these constraints. Track to, stretch to, lock track, dump track. This is what you use for the eyes. Clamp to. One of these could work, eh? Child off. Armature action, floor. Follow path pivot. Shrink wrap. But yeah, maybe you can create a vertex group instead of an object, right? And apply the constraint to the vertex group. Maybe, perhaps. Let me Google that. Can you make a vertex group in Blender follow another vertex group? With hook modifier, which requires assigning the vertex to be influenced to a vertex group and then using the modifier target. Okay. Other methods include using mesh deforms, surface deform, or vertex parenting for more complex or specific scenarios. Well, let's try that hook modifier. Let's see. First time, oh, it exists. It was not tripping. Where does it need to go? I don't know, right? Vertex group. Okay, I will create a vertex group with this last loop, right? Sure. Vertex groups. Yeah, I need to create a new one. Oh, look at this. Flip flop L, foot L. I need to go and delete the flip flops. Oops. These are, well, pitchy remains there. Okay. So, new group. I will rename you. Can I straight up? That would be Canon loop, and the other will be arm loop. Okay, Canon loop. And now here in the body, edit, select that loop, you create a new vertex group, and I will make you, name you arm loop. Okay, assign. Okay, select. Yeah, you understand what I mean, right? The other side too. Select. Yes. Okay. So now in the Canon, did I assign the Canon loop? Select. Okay, I didn't assign. Select this loop, assign. Okay, select you. Okay, now the hook modifier. Hook vertex group. That could be Canon loop. Okay, reset, select, assign, fall off. Hook, parent object for hook. Also recalculates. I need to select the body, maybe. Body, vertex group. But I cannot, let's see. Select the object you want the vertex to follow from. Go into edit mode. Select the vertex that should follow the other vertex group. Assign them to a vertex group. Okay. Go into the modifiers tab in the another hook modifier. In the modifier settings under vertex group, select the name of the vertex group just created. Under hook, select your object. What I want, straight up. What is reset? Recenter, select. Select affected vertices on the mesh. Okay, select. Assign the selected vertices to a hook. What is this? Okay, yeah, that does not work. Let's see. So my question is, should I add another hook on the body? Is that it? Because I am not pretty sure. Modifiers, add a modifier. Misclick. Hook. To the canon. Vertex group. But yeah, I don't want to hook the whole object, man. Vertex group. What do you mean by vertex group here? Which determines influence of a modifier per point. Parent object for hook. Also recalculates and clears offset. Maybe you can parent the verts to the bone, but that would be the same as a red weight paint, right? I think so. Vertex parenting. For individual vertices or simple relationships, you can select one or more verts, then shift select the object whose verts groups you want to follow, and create a parenting straight up. But can you parent if the body is already parented to the... Perhaps. I don't know. Let's try it out. Cannot remove this hook because I don't know about that. So here, can I select this loop? Can I shift select the other thing? I don't think so, right? Because so object mode, armature and mesh, edit, to have them both here. Select this loop, select this bone, does not let me. Understandably so. I don't know. There must be a way. Quets, how are you doing? Welcome back. How is your thumb? Have you eaten well at work? do they allow you to take a Tupperware? A little bit to fool me. Because maybe that could be the way to go. For these last days, at least. How are you doing? How are you doing? Just got home. It was a long day. Well, I'm glad you are free at least. I started a little bit too late today. I was working too. But well, yeah. Everything good. I hope, you ate well there. Maybe, do you eat a lot then when you go to work? We eat out at a restaurant. So, there was nothing left. But you are good. Okay, do they give you like vouchers or something? Or tickets? Or maybe the business has a deal with the restaurant or something, right? I don't know. Okay. At least I know you have flour at home. Flour and water. You can make a little plain bread like that, simple bread, and you will survive. But yeah, you made me a little bit worried yesterday. A little bit worried. The business pays for lunch. Yeah. That's pretty good. At least, yeah. You eat for free. Those are cool benefits there. So what's the plan for the afternoon? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna do Thai boxing? Well, you probably need to rest that thumb. But maybe you can go and watch your friends. Or maybe you're gonna go cycling or walking or big chilling at home. Who knows? Just resting. Okay. Fair enough. Yes. Big good. I'm happy. Hope you're feeling great. Given the circumstances, right? As good as you can, at least. Okay, at least let me add constraints here. So that this does not spin like crazy. So it cannot do that, right? So it only can do this. Spin like that. Let me see if we can find that constraint. That could be limit rotation. Can I, for example, limit rotation but only to an axis? I don't wanna, let's try that. Yeah, limit X. I don't want to limit the angles, right? But I wanna disable the rest of the limit. For example, you can, it was a rotation on the y-axis, I think. Yeah, rotation on y is legal, so this should be free, but these ones, x and c, should be 0 and 0, for example, right? So that I cannot do that. I should not be able to do that. Minimum and maximum. Okay, it should be, well, default is fine, or Euler there, or Euler, right? Shall I apply it or something? Apply, yeah, you can apply it. But if the minimum is 0 and the maximum is 0, radians 0, so it's not like 2 pi or something, right? So it's not going the whole way around. But you should not allow me to do this. Is it applied to the armature? No. It needs to be applied to this specific bone. Right? Shall I do it in edit mode? Edit? No, it's not showing hand R. Okay. But the constraints, for example, they work like this. You add them here. When you add IK controllers, right? Is it not like this? No, here they are not. They are here, the physics, no, data. Let's see. Hand are connected. It should be connected, actually, to forearm. Connected. Good. Inherit scale full bone collections. The form. Is it a deformed bone? Well, it is not deforming anything. It is moving it. But these ones are the ones you need to. These are not deforming bones because they are controllers. So all of these you need to select and disallow the deforming there, right? No deforming. No deforming. No deforming. Okay. No deforming. Okay, okay. How is your printing business going? Have you set up the printers with your new nozzles there? And did you solve in the end that issue with the coils that didn't fit in those hangers you used? Because I remember you bought like huge coils. Don't I need 2 IK bones for this? Have I straight up deleted one bone? Well, there is a parent in here, but I am not seeing the bone. Maybe I have hide it. Yes, there it is. Okay. So no deforming. Anything else? No deforming. The twist bone also needs to be non-deforming. Non-deforming. Or I don't know about the twist bone though. Maybe the twist bone needs to be deforming actually. But well, for now we're not gonna be using it, so it can be like that. Okay, other than that, I will need to watch the tutorial for the IK setup. Maybe that will give me more tips about how to constraints here. Hand arm, armature, hand arm. Constraints. But I think I did this for the IK, right? For the controller, or maybe it was inside the IK menu. That could also be the case. Let me pull up the tutorial for the IKs. Classic. Blender IK. Let's see. Cool. It's a tutorial by Blendera. How to set up IK bones. Blender beginner tutorials. Easy to understand. Good and easy. Easy peasy. Okay, let's check it out. The thing is, I don't know if they have to be like this, right? Like pointing to 0. Do they have to be perpendicular? Like perfectly, right? I am not sure, man. I think I can possibly make them, right? Those are kind of aligned, but the ones in the arms are a bit scuffed. Maybe because you can see, you can modify the head, where the head is. I guess you can make it the same value in X, in the X-axis, as the tail, and that way they should be right, perfectly aligned. Let me see if I were to do that. Okay, so it is the other way around. So that way, at least they look like that. I don't know if that is necessary, to be fair. And here, for this, right? Copy the head value there. Okay. Cool. Okay. They look legal. Are they legal though? Yeah, I guess the naming convention is still there because it is from Bichi Pichi. Impose, you add the inverse kinematics and you add it here to this bone. Pose mode to this bone. Constraint, inverse kinematics. Where are you? Where you be at? And which menu is it? These bone constraints, they are different from these constraints. These constraints are for everything. Okay. Spline IK. IK kinematics should be, right? IK. Where he be at? Inverse kinematics. This one. Okay. So, and it changes color too. Okay, the target would be our controller. No, armature in general. Oops. No, target. Armature. Bone. This controller. IK lower leg. Okay. And the pole is the knee. Right? The knee. It exploded. You need to change the angle here. I guess it was 90 or minus 90 usually, right? Something like that. And you need to, the chain I remember was like 2 or something. Let me see if that checks out. About 90. This kind of illegal, and 0 what? 0 is pretty legal. Minus 90. Not really. Let me see. Okay. Is it working really? It works, yeah, but it is scuffed there. Have I misclicked by any chance the pole upper leg L? No, this checks out. Okay, this is fine. The only thing is the angle. I messed up the angle. Let me see the angle. The parenting should be right. I haven't checked it, but it had parenting lines, right? Well, that may be... That line I don't really like. Let me see. Minus 90, you say? I don't know about that. So, guess you can rotate it. Not even that one checks out. So maybe to the other. How can it not? It was from the other side. Had to be like over there, something like that. That number is not great, but it should be something like that. Is there a value that looks good that's similar to that? I mean, it is something like that. 140 or something. Why though? I don't know. That is what works. Let me see how that moves. Pretty decently. Okay, that's great. I need to do it on the other leg too. I am not checking the parenting, but that seems to work. Okay, so bone constraint, inverse kinematic, armature, and the bone is gonna be like the IK controller. Armature again, and this pole. Okay, chain length 2 for the legs, and the pole angle though. The pole angle. What's happening here? Why have you exploded so much? Pole angle. Why every time I make a click it explodes? Let's do minus 90 here. Do you not really right? Wow. Okay. Do I need to disable any other 90 maybe? Nope. 0. Nope. Yeah, this changes so much. Okay, lower leg. Yeah, it should be that one, but why is it that wild? I'm an idiot. Okay. I needed to add the IK constraint to this bone, to that bone. Okay. Oh, I need to change this song. This one was... it's not gonna stay for YouTube, so it's fine. Never stays in the bot. But... Okay. IK... Armature... Bone... IK lower leg... armature and the pole. Okay, this makes more sense. And so, okay, and now with the angle, I have to find one that works for you. Should be close to that. I'm looking at the tail there right now. Make the tail be centered there. So something like that. 40. Okay, if it works, it works. Yeah, it really does work. Pretty cool. The knee though. The knee pad. Is it fine like that? It's good enough. It's a little bit weird when you do something like that, right? But yeah, for the most part it is fine. Okay. Let me see if the root bone is... yeah, it's working. Okay. So let's do it here too. I think in this tutorial it does not explain how to do it here. Hey, MaroTachi! How are you doing over there? Good times with the oi cat. Oi. Ah, the intros are wonderful. So there, with the IK inverse kinematics, target armature, bone, this one for arm, pole, the arrow here, this left arrow. Sorry, IK for arm. Whoa, it exploded. The model became an arrow, a line, making spinny cat. Yeah, the problem is GABUROON is... oh, IK forearm. I selected the same, sorry. IK forearm and pole arm L. Okay. Chain 2 should be 2, right? I don't know. For the leg was 2, and I don't think this is 2. 1, 2. I guess for the arm is 2, 2, because the shoulders. Do you count the shoulders? I don't know. I guess that is fine. Let me see. How 3 look, right? How do a chain of 3? How does a chain of 3 look, right? Yeah, probably 2 is better. Undo delete crashes. I will run out of steps, and he won't become a cat. He's an Among Us though. He's an Among Us. We can make him cat too. If you just add 2 bones here, or duplicate the bolts or the cards, he becomes instantly cat. And cat is good. Cat is life. Is Fabka cat? Is Fabka a cat? I don't... well, in a way, not really. To be fair, not really. Let me see. Is that cat? Not really. Kinda, but not really. Not enough cat. It's kind of a spider fluffy being. mixed with human, and yeah, there is not, maybe there is a percentage of cat in there, but not much. Not much cat in there. Cookie. Add a small cookie on his hat. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. You can start thinking about saving parts in a library for later use. It helps you a lot saving tiny parts for other projects. In which sense? Like the cookie, you mean? Or the Bitchy Pitchy armature? Bolts, arms, makes sense. Claws. Saves the UVs. Ooh! Ultra W. Okay, that would be pretty useful. When you say library, for example, for the brushes, Banana recommended, I kinda went into the Explorer here and I imported them as a library in a way or something, right? I don't know if I can create like a Blender giga file that lives on all my projects or something, or in the general Blender folder, and I have access there to all my little models. You start to build a small item list to import objects. Yeah, I get the idea. Seems pretty good. To be fair, yes. If you can save work, you'll go faster. I think this one is... no, it was not fine. Should be like that. So I guess the value is 90. Yeah, the value is 90. Okay, so we'll do the other. Big chilling here with the Stardew Valley music. Then you will be a kid bash artist. Just throwing everything in there, right? At least it's my own art. It is. Well. It is not the same as the people that do Unity asset remixes or something like that. It is a step above that. Maybe, perhaps. Asset flips, they call them, right? I don't know. I mean, if it works for you, it works, man. If it works, it works. If you are solving somebody's problem with that, it is fair game. Oh, example, if you need a flower, you can steal peaches. Yeah. That would be it. But for example, if I member or something, I would open her project, join it from there. That's why it's a better idea to create that library. I don't know how would you go about that. Library overrides and use data. Blender file. How do you create asset browser? Properties outline. How do you create a library? You create collections and you save them as FBX or something, or maybe you export them as Blender files straight up. I did the lazy way and make web file with all your parts. I mean, if it works, it works. There is probably a better way, right? I don't know about it, but when you get brushes and everything, most of the time it is just a straight up a Blender file. And you get in there and there are collections, folders in there. So, for the assets, right? So I guess I can get everything in there. If I remember, I just go to the folder and I have every project classified on its own folder. GABUROON, luckily, it is only 14 files, 14 versions. I am being very tame right now. But Bichi Pichi has some versions. 200 and something. And then one day I will need to go in there and clean them. Good for making geometry nodes, for making 3D hair and spiders. No spiders. Spiders illegal. Spiders in holes illegal. A cheese cave for spiders. I would say like hair bananas or something. The bananas are good. Bananas are life. But realistic 3D hair, I don't know. I have never touched it yet. I guess in this project at some point I found something similar. I found a tutorial of a chicken in which they were doing the fluff that way. I guess with normal, I don't know, they were like random arrows or something. Lines that created fluff. Maybe geonodes. Wait, I will learn to grow spiders in... Oh no. With the, I don't know. Yeah, there might be, there is a way, for sure. There is a way. But it should remain a secret. The world does not need Blender spider. Nah. It is fun. Get those spiders in there. Pose mode. It was pose mode. Have to select this bone and bone constraint, inverse kinematics, target armature, bone, eyedropper, bone, no, don't do pole, bone, eyedropper, IK forearm, that's it, pole target armature, IK this pole, okay, chain of 2, boom, and the angle is probably minus 90, right? Well, maybe not. How about, was 0 legal enough? Not really. And then 90? Not really. Why you're more complicated than your friend? 180? 180. That's it. Okay. I wonder if HTML can load a 3D file. Wow. I don't know. Have never heard about that. But perhaps? I don't know. I don't think so. Like, well, you never know. There are plain HTML. I don't know. HTML does not even, for example, if it was a Python or JavaScript, maybe there is a special add-on or something that can take care of that. I am 100% sure, because there are artists that do weird web pages that when you start scrolling down, weird 3D stuff happens in the page. It should be possible, probably, right? But just HTML, plain HTML seems so weird. But you were able to make a lot with plain HTML, but I'm not sure if it is, because in HTML you get the tag to add scripts, and that's basically JavaScript. I don't know, maybe you can, but it is because HTML should not be a programming language by itself, so it should not allow for logic. It's only a markdown language, as they said. it allows you to state blocks in a page, and each block has an idea, and that's it. But one of the blocks at the end of the file can be scraped, and then the magic happens. I think that's how it works, but maybe I'm completely wrong, and now HTML can do that. Turn the frogs into 3D spiders game. The frogs are very cute as they are now. I mean, if they were spiders, I will throw more bombs at them, probably. Yeah, today I was walking by my house while I was doing the work this morning, and I was thinking, at some point I thought of the sound of the frogs. The num 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 num. I remember the sound of the frogs. Then we can just pause things live. Maybe that sounds better. You can save the hero ones and turn the spamming ones into spiders. Okay. Yeah, mix it up, as the add-on says. Mix it up. Okay, I need to do this one for the eye. This one, it is with dump track, how it works, right? But the thing is, it had a weird setup. You had to control click them in a specific way. So that's why I'm gonna check the tutorial for IKI Blender. And this one is, I think it is this one. Yeah. Blender Dead Easy IRIC tutorial by Pixel 3D. It has a weird combination of, let me see. So it is in pose mode. Pose mode. You click that, shift click the other. Control Shift C. That's it. Control Shift C in Blender. Okay, in Blender. Control Shift C. Dump track. That's it. But they have to be both selected. I think Control Shift C is just to add a constraint, right? Let me, yeah, I will do that again without that, with that tutorial, without the tutorial. So you need to click this, shift click this to have that be active, right? Add bone constraint, dump track. No, but it does not automatically select it here. That's why I thought you had to follow the tutorial there. But then we need fire. Fire to cleanse the spiders. That sounds legal. That sounds required. But fire can be pretty resource consuming, right? Well, if you make them a GIF, right? If it is just a GIF, but you have to, maybe it has to be able to spread, or it has to be multiplied a lot. Maybe ChatGPT can figure it out. I hope it does not crash your PC. That's the only thing. Dump track. If I do it like this manually, will this work? Because maybe you don't need that crazy of a setup. Let's see. Do you work? I would say so, right? Yeah, you work. Great. The only thing is I need to clear that. weights there. Okay, pretty legal. So you have the dump truck, right? Let me see if they look like this too. Yes. Okay. Yeah, pretty cool. So you don't need that crazy combination there. GPT is annoying. You find Grok a bit better. Ah, that's cool. I have never tried Grok yet. GPT is not great for coding, right? You realized eventually. It is great to kickstart things, but when you have to make things work, it is a bit of a pain because, as I said, it is afraid to lie, not to lie to you, sorry, to tell you the truth. It is afraid to tell you the truth. So, I don't know, it's like it wants you to be happy, but in doing that, it becomes a mess because it is not able to tell you what you really need to do or how to do things. It is like you innocently say, can we do it this way? Yes, you can try that. Yeah. It's like very encouraging, but you are gonna crash. You're gonna circle there infinitely and it forgets things too. So I don't know. GPT has feelings. That's the issue. No, it is not that it has feelings per se, but in its programming they probably really insisted that it should, right? It should try to make the user very happy, should try to not contradict the user, things of the like. They probably really told him to not deviate too much from what the user asks, and that is a problem, man. Why are you sorry? It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Why are you sorry? It's pretending to be human. Well, it has studied tons of human text, so that's his. Well, it is pretending to be human the same way a human is? No. No, my god, that idea was cuffed. Today I haven't, because I don't know, it isn't like an artificial mind. It has read a lot, but it has never experienced reality. That is the issue. That's why it's pretending, because it has read about everything like that. It has that experience, air quotes, in its head, right? But it has never felt reality. It has never looked at reality. It does not have a body to experience it. It has never felt it because it doesn't have the chemistry to feel it. So it is like a little bit, that is the problem, right? But it has read so many comments of how people react to situations that it actually can answer like a human. But I mean, I don't like hate it when it does. No, the only issue for me is that when you ask something to it, you're trying to reach a conclusion or a truthful, or you're trying to get a result. And if it tries to keep you happy, but you're not able to reach that conclusion, it's gonna become a mess. I don't know. It is a machine. That's why we keep robots in games. It is a machine. It cannot feel in the same way as we can, right? It's that, I don't know, for me, they are little minds indeed, so that's why, but I don't know. I have this issue that I'm in a way I empathize a lot, so I don't know. In a way for me, but I don't know. It is like I can develop attachment to objects kind of easily, I guess. Toy Story messed me up when I was a kid. Not like feelings or like but they can get attached to it. So I don't know. It is when I see, I have seen how they work. I have taken courses in AI, and I don't know. They are equations, yeah, but they have little neurons in there, right? Those little nodes. They are imaginary in the sense, well, not imaginary. How they are set up? They are set up programmatically, right? But they behave like, well, not real neurons. Well, they don't behave the same, but in a way, they are equations that are trying to minimize errors. I don't think they are that different, to be honest. They are not that different, and the way they learn, it is like they are scuffed minds. They are not. They won't be considered like a human mind. It is maybe like a human mind that has an issue there because they have never. They won't be able to experience the world, right? So they are pretending in a way. Well, no, in a way, no, they are pretending. But can we put AI in the Furby and give it an 80-year battery life? I mean, yes, you can. Yeah, when are things alive? A thing is alive when I guess the technical definition is when they are born, they grow, they reproduce, and they die. Right? That's the general definition I studied in school when I was a kid, right? But I don't know. If you follow that definition, like, are ideas alive? So in a way, right? They can be born. An idea can be born in a different way. It is never physical, right? But is it alive? It can be born. It can grow. But it can grow. Why? Can extend. Can possess more people because ideas, I don't know, they work that way. Can they reproduce? No. Well, they multiply. They infect more people in a way, right? And they can die if everybody forgets about them or whatever. I don't know. We're talking metaphysics here. Maybe I should shut up and keep modeling. Yeah. Well, so I mean, they are little minds. It is not the same, but when does it start being the same? I don't know. Like, Gary's alive. Maybe. Gary has been born. He has not grown yet, but because maybe Gary is too young, right? Has not changed form yet. It is still in its initial stage. There is no space. Yeah. It needs to be watered probably. So that's why. Cube Gary in 1 year. He will evolve. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I went to bed. Well, I went to bed yesterday like at 5 a.m. No, I mean, I was able to. I eat. But yeah. I don't know. And the way they learn is like they need tons of examples. But other than that, I mean, for art, an artist learns by copying too. The problem is they don't make mistakes. Once they get the proper patterns, an artist can mess up more often, right? And you can develop your sort of an style, but I guess they can extract. I don't know if they can develop their own styles, maybe. They can certainly get what a style is. Okay. Let me clean these weights for this bone. White paint. Yeah, I'm gonna only control the pupil with that. So for that, all needs to be zeroed. Okay, and for the body too, armature and body, white paint for that bone, select it again, there we go, and you clear that. All zero. I think every controller is in place. Let me get the pupil and I will paint it red. Where he be at? Pupil, low poly. Here you are. Okay. So you're not in the armature yet, right? Yeah, let's start from the top down. Let's not do that. Can I do, so the constraints need to go in the bone here, bone constraints, they need to be. So pose mode and start selecting bone constraint, that's it. And then you can limit the rotation, that's it. And you can limit for this bone, you want to rotate it on the Z axis there. So you limit X and Y, right? Yeah, but yes, but handle, yes, but maybe you can only limit what? Why? Why would that be the case? Limit Y. If I were to do okay, rotate, you can move it on that Z-axis. So they are global. I want you to be limits in local. Oh, on our workspace. No. Post space local with parent local space. Local, right? Like that. And then you can move on the Z-axis there. That's it. But if I were to move you on the X, you don't. And if I were to move you on the Y, you don't. So now I can, with rotate, I can only move you on the Z-axis. Great. And on the Z-axis, I will limit your rotation too, so that you cannot go to the back. Yeah, I need to change a little bit where the head of that bone is, right? And the Z-axis, let me limit your angles. Minimum, let's start something like that. Let's see what we get. Okay. It's one. And You cannot go farther than that. So that's 0 and that's 180, right? So maybe like over there. So let's do 120. Okay. Let me get closer. Okay. Something like that checks out. And you need a constraint too for the rotation. Let me see. Limit rotation. Okay. You need it to rotate in the local space, of course. It was on the x-axis, I think, for you. And I need to limit you there too, but let me see if you understand what I mean. Oof. Big oof. What is that? Form L. I guess. Nope. Was not that. Should be that axis, but is it due to the IK now? Okay, that I cannot rotate you directly with the bone, but I only can with the IK controller. Fair enough. I should not be able to do that, so I will limit you a little bit more. Limit x, and let's do like that too. Does that work? That might be too much. No, it's like it's not affecting the rotation, to be fair. Should be that one. Local space. Let's see. Can you, if I don't limit you? Okay, that's messed up. I guess this is an issue with the pole or something like that, right? The IK constraints. Okay, so maybe 90 is the max. How about that? It's like it's not really working. Should stop there, but maybe I need to add it to a different bone, to the IK constraint there, maybe. I don't know. I'll leave it there. And this one should move freely, but this one though, the hand can only spin to win. Can only spin there. Let me see. Limit rotation. And let me see your axis. there in the y-axis. So limit x and c in the local space, okay? And y, I won't even limit how it can do a free spin, I would say. Okay, cool. And these ones though, the fingies, they can rotate on the x-axis and okay, rotate on the x-axis, limit rotation, local, and here on the x maybe 90 max. Let's see how that looks. It's a little bit too much. $45. Yeah, that's more like it. Maybe you can even do a minus 45 here. Might be a lot, but let's see. Yeah, it's a little bit of, it's a little bit big, but okay. So maybe minus what, 30 or 25? Let's try minus 25. Okay, pop, great, cool. Can I copy this one, duplicate? To copy modifiers, but you get copy to selected. You can do it, So you select this bone, you select a new one, but this one has to be the active though, right? So you select that bone, not the IK, this one. Maybe you can select them all, make this the active and copy to selected, right? That way all the other fingers got that delimiter. Let me see. But this one does not work. Does not work because the axis is different. That's scuffed. But this one should be on the z-axis. Well, at least I only have to paste these values here, right? I hope so. Okay, that works. And what about you? Which axis do you need? Rotate. That's not it. Rotate. If I were to disable you completely, R, C, Maybe C, but yeah, must be C. Okay. Let's see if we can make it work with that. Okay. How does that look? Yeah. And you do your work. You do. You go too far down, right? Do all of them go that far down? Shall I just... No, that one is pretty nice. This one is like, it goes... What? We got attacked. This one is like it goes too far down. Maybe they need to be the other way around. Maybe not. Let's see. Oops. Kinda, but... this is the axis Y. And I need to place them the other way around, right? Something. Does it work? Oops. Maybe not. See if it closes properly. Seems to be the case. Maybe I need to twist them a little bit because they are not perfectly aligned. I don't know. Yeah, you know, that one is a bit scuffed. Maybe all of them are a little bit scuffed. Is it because they are rotated like that? Does that alter their local axis? Maybe, right? And I guess that's what's messing things up a bit. Can I go here to this panel, transform, but for the bone itself? Needs to be in edit probably, right? Edit, yeah. The rotation might be affecting, but how do you, let me see, roll 180, as I guess as long as it is a value like a full number like that, 180. For example, here is, well, this one was 180 and it was not closing great. Can I do 90 for the roll, for example? Select that bone. If I do 90, that did not change anything. And if I do, okay, that changed. It changed. Maybe this one is changing, but because the change is instantaneous and the twist is 90, a 90 degree, it looks the same. That can possibly be the case. Maybe this one needs an entire value. This one was closing well though. Maybe let's say 90. How does that look now? Yeah, but 90 taking what into account? Shall I modify the roll until it's parallel with this surface? Let's see. Something like that. Even if it's not entirely accurate. Let's see. I really don't know if that. Let's see. Okay. Now in pose mode, let's see those constraints. Altar, 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 altar. Okay. That one is working properly. That one too. That one too. And now they seem to work and they are aligned or somewhat aligned. Maybe it's not exactly perfect, but it is good enough, I would say. Pretty cool. Okay, that one is clipping a little bit there. The rest seem to be, well, that one is clipping a bit too. Let's see if you can tell here. Yes, you can really tell. Oops. Okay. I guess it's a matter of moving the bone a bit, and that's it. Okay, let me save. So every mechanical part has its constraints there. Whoa. In pose mode, that because I need to grab the IKs. Let me check with the IK. I have the same issue here. Same issue. Okay. So let's keep going from the top down. Transfer for skirt, from skirt to wool and the flaps. Central cloth flaps. Let me trigger you. So maybe first to the wool and then to the flaps. Or from the, it's fine. From the skirt to the flaps. And the flaps can have their own bone. Maybe just one bone. Okay. So, armature, object, edit, create a new bone, shift A, add bone, central, flaps, okay. Where are you? There you are. G, how? I was gonna say, how is GC? How does it look like that? Because I had normal coordinates. I will flip you. That would be switch direction. But you're not switching because I was only selecting the tip of the bone. Switch, okay. Move you a little bit forward, make you tinier. Okay. Oh no. YouTube is attacking. YouTube is attacking. So, I would say that is legal enough. It should be parented to the hips, right? This one and that one, they should be together. So Control P, right? Keep offset. Okay, now if I were to move you, I need to be in pose mode, but okay, I will trust that it is fine. So I need to add the flaps to the armature. Control P with empty groups. Okay, maybe you could do automatic weights. No, maybe best, maybe only, yeah, empty, because might have influence from the others, right? So now from the skirt to this mesh, let me open robust weight transfer here, not from the body but from the skirt to you, with a kind of a low, let me reset to defaults. Okay, from the skirt and transfer weights. What's happening? Topology altering modifier. Which one is the one you don't like? The form target. Which one is it? It has a lot of modifiers in there. Well, I guess it is time to start applying modifiers, sadly. So I will do an incremental. Sadly, but it is what it is. And central close flaps. Let me see. Well, it has tons of modifiers. So I will apply array curve, and that's it. Array and curve. Array and curve. Ah, with curve I can transfer weights. So I apply the array. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Skirt low poly. Transfer weights. Got rejected. Let me see. Is it because, well, tons of problems could be happening. What about if it was not curved? It will look like that, which is scuffed. So I don't know. Are you able to do it properly just with me having the modifier kind of displayed like that? Let me see. Select rejected loose parts. Everything. Transfer. Let me increase this distance. Ah, it worked. How do you look? Armature mesh. Wait. Paint. Let's see. So you are influencing 0. Okay, you're influencing something. You should have a lot of influence. And you are kind of legal. But I don't know. Well, I mean, I'm transferring weights from the skirt, right? The skirt never had that bone there into account, I guess. That kind of works. And that kind of works too. So, what about you? Okay. It kind of works. The only thing is that maybe this one can be a little bit flappy too. Maybe I can do like a gradient here. I don't know. Can you make a tail of one? Can you make a wiggle bone of one? Let's see. Animation should be wiggle bone, seem muted? No. Bone tail. Okay. I want no wind or anything. Global wiggle utilities. It's a chain. Collisions I don't need. I guess you can make a wiggle bone like that. And does it wiggle? Well, this bone has no influence, so I don't think it's gonna be wiggling much. You need to paint it. Let's do that. Save. And with the radial tool, for that bone, select all birds there. It's not like we need to mask or anything, but with a little bit of a radial and wait. Let's see. Can that wiggle? Well, you need keyframes for it to wiggle. Impose. Object. Armature. Pose. Rotate. X. I don't think it's wonderful though. Not too great. Does it need to go lower? Does it need to be redder? Like more red, right? And the flaps, white paint, radial, one, red. Maybe needs if I were to do 0.5 from the middle or something like that, but without overriding, right? So I want to paint those that are blue. It's a little bit weird that behaves like that. So. Guess you can clear everything, redo that. Nope. For you, bird, weight of 0, Control X. You can do a weight of, well, or something like 0.5 from the front, but paint everything. And crank it up to 1 and again. do you behave now? So that it moves a little bit. Will it be better with a chain? Yeah. Or am I gonna do a chain? It's too much, right? It's too much. But we basically split in this one, but probably too much. Well, let's do it because these other flaps, they are not gonna be wiggly, so why not? Edit. We change here. This one behaves decently. Sadly, let's try this one. Let's see how this one behaves. The other Mario video also has lots of ads, but let's see how this one. Oops. Edit. Can I split that bone? Subdivide. Okay. How are your names then? Let me see your names. Central flaps. Central flaps 1. Legal enough, I guess. Okay. Let's do 1 and 2. Okay. So the wiggle chain, the thing is the wiggle chain does not make it to, you can use it in Warudo though. And how are your weights though? Armature and you. White paint. So you keep the same. Okay, this is the previous one. And how is your influence? Okay, those are still fine. So I need to repaint you too. Fair enough. Okay, great. So all clear. Boom. And do, for example, let me do a linear. Linear with okay. Oops. Yeah, you cannot do that. Can you do it? I guess that's fair. This one has no ads, but it is very short. Oh. That's a little bit of an issue there. That has too much influence there on the sides, I guess. Okay, so maybe with a weight of 0, linear. Something like that. I think there are, yeah, there are birds here that have no weight. Let's see. Does that work? Should probably have auto normalize on, to be fair. I don't know if the top loop should be affected. Can I make it stay? With you, I don't wanna grow select. I wanted to select the whole loop, but it does not let me. I can do something like that. Let me hide the skirt on the wall. Okay, that's more like it. Okay, those should be 0 probably. Oh, are those? They are not duplicated, but due to the array, there are 2 birds here. Okay, 0. Okay, fair enough. And just in case, yeah, you should probably not touch that top loop either. Okay, this central lobe needs a little bit of something. Okay, let's keep going and let's do the wool, right? Object, so the wool needed transfer from, as the previous code case said, oh, this annotation. And a transfer from the skirt. Are the wool and the skirt part of the, yeah, I think so. So armature and wool, white paint, and let's check the surroundings. That has a little bit of white, that too. Let me open robust white transfer. Where are you? Need to be object mode, perhaps. Let me save real quick. So the wool here, robust weight transfer from the skirt, transfer weights to the wool. Max distance. Okay, let's do maybe not something that big. Are you decent enough? Let's transfer. Boom. Okay, it worked. White paint. Let me check real quick. Okay, something. Hope you don't get influence there. Okay, cool. How will this look? Moving you. This is great. It is not perfect still there, but it is almost perfect. That's what I thought, right? It would make more sense to transfer the weights from the skirt to this, because that way it automatically follows, right? And you don't want the skirt to clip there. So it made sense this could be the case. Look, it's getting a little bit glitchy. A little bit serrated there. Because this is affecting in a way. The weights were decent before doing this. Before doing the flaps. The deformations were decent. Maybe this has to do with the new bones, right? And when I say maybe, I say most likely. Well, issues to correct here. To clean. And what? These are pretty shiny. I need to correct the roughness value for a few objects. Perhaps. Okay, so I don't know. Was it in object mode, my annotation? Don't know why I'm not seeing it, but fair enough. Let's keep going from the top to the bottom. Dangly plates. Dangly plates. The thing with these ones is I was debating, well, they are gonna have like tons of bones, but first of all they can be symmetrized, and second they are gonna be completely red, so it's not gonna be that crazy. Let's do them. Dangly plates, armature, Control P, empty groups. Okay, so armature, edit, Shift A. The name is gonna be dangly, and I'm gonna do right or left. It is left. Let's do all right. I'm gonna do them on its right side. It's on my left side, so I'm gonna do them here. So I have to call them R. Dangly R and numbers, or dangly because how I'm gonna proceed then in Warudo, for example, what if you were to do it properly? Maybe they are all single tails. I probably won't trigger them in Warudo. It probably will be cool, but I'm not gonna trigger 16 tails for the dangly blades. It's probably gonna be looking cool, but I don't know. Might be too much. Dangly, you can number them. Maybe you can say a few rows, right? Row 1, 1, 2, 3, or straight up counting, right? And the thing is, I did underscore, for example. Dangly underscore, or you can do dot. It is irrelevant. Let's start with dangly 1. Dangly 1. Okay. GC. Sure. Okay. Okay, dangly 1, Shift D, dangly. It's not an illegal nomenclature, not, and it's automatic. So let me call this 2, and let's call this one dangly underscore R dot 001. Was it like that? Okay, maybe Blender understands this. That way it's easier to set up all these dangly plates. Is it better to straight up align them? It's better to freehand it, eyeball it like this. Probably. Like we don't need an ultra precision here or anything. Shift T again. Let me see the nomenclature there. Okay, perfect. Cool. Shift T. Cool. More or less, right? Shift T. Dangly plates, dangly plates. Shall I hide the body and the clothes? Perhaps. But it was not as helpful as I thought. Okay. Right. Shall I do these two first, right? I think so. Okay, that one. And the one that's next to it. They gonna be big dangling. Big dangling. Oh. Okay, let's start weight painting them. Easy peasy, easy peasy. So, object, armature, and dangly plates, white paint. So, for you, so L, L, okay, weight of 1. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's follow the order because this is easy to mess up. It's automatically symmetrizing there. Well, the bones need to be symmetrized too. So shall I symmetrize the bones first? Before starting the white paint? Which one is the side that exists? Okay, this one. Fair enough. But if I were to move this, I don't want the other to move. So I need to go back then and symmetrize the bones before. Okay, all clear. So this set of bones all of those. I cannot. Okay, needs to be in edit mode, right? Edit object, so that's only the armature. Edit, select all those bones. Okay, armature, symmetrize. There we go. Cool. Big dangly. Now this looks tame compared to that, but yeah. Object, armature, and dangly plates. White paint. Okay, for this bone, first bone, okay, select first dangle plate, brush, paint, okay, and it painted the other, but let me see. Because I don't want this to happen. I don't want that to happen, man. So can you not, please? Can you not? I mean, I would like this bone this is the side that exists, so you should work there. I don't know how many things I need to have triggered there. This should theoretically work. Is it? It wasn't like that, right? It's not the previous thing. Let me see. Do I have symmetry on? I don't. Then can I only select you? I don't have symmetry. That's because of the mirror, right? If I were to hide you, what happens if I were to hide you? If I hide you and I only select this side, right? I deselect everything, only select this side and paint you with a 1. If I trigger, yeah, that's an issue. Is there an option here? But I did this here with the armor, and that didn't happen. Let me see. For this bone, for this armor, let me see. Object for you, and the shim, for example, this also has a mirror. I unchecked these birds here. That could be the case. White paint. So yeah, look at that. They exist, but the white paint only affects this side. Maybe what I did was uncheck this option here for display modifier in edit mode. Maybe that's the case. Okay, let's try that. Armature and dangle plates. Okay, white paint. So for the first one, select the first bone, clear those whites, white 0, paint that, bone again, first bone, and the mirror, look, it does not have this triggered. Do I need to have the symmetry here? Armature. Bind to vertex groups, bone envelopes, preserve volume. Could be an issue here. Maybe I need to trigger that with the armature there. If I were to, for that bone, birds, Select both sides. Oh, it works now. Maybe it's because I selected this option here. I don't know. But now it works. Maybe it's this. Okay. Let's keep going. And if I were to select the other side, the corresponding mirror bone, this one is painted. Okay, you're understanding what I mean. Good boy, Blender. Good boy. Okay. And by the way, let me start hiding bones because otherwise this is gonna be messy. Messy mesh. El brush. Boop. Okay. And hide you. Can hide the plate too. And the bone. Okay. Let me hide the plate there too. Because there is too much info here. Too many plates. Too many bones. So, next bone. El paint you red. Boom. Hide. Bone. Hide. Sorry. Hide. Okay. And next bone. El paint you, hide you, bone, hide you, select, next bone you, birds, el brush, Control X, hide, bone, hide, select, bone, bird, L, brush, paint, hide, bone, hide, select, L, brush. There is not a shortcut for the brush. It is complicated. Shift space 1. That's why I do it like that. Control X, hide, bone, select, hide, next bone, bird, brush, and select those birds with L, sorry, paint, hide, bone, hide, select, next bone, bird, L, brush, paint. When I say paint, is Control X, hide, bone, hide is H, W to select next bone, and 2, L, brush, paint, hide, 3, H, W, click, 2, L, brush, Control X, hide, 3, H, W, click, 2, L, brush, Control X, hide, 3, hide, sorry, hide, W, click, 2, L, brush, Control X, H, 3, H. Yay! Woo! I was speaking the blendies there for a bit. And now you can do Alt H, and you can do bird, voltage, right, voltage, no, well, let me save just in case. Okay, and I can maybe here in edit mode voltage, yeah, okay, there they are. Okay, and all of them, they have their weights. Oh no, oh no, I need to parent them all to the chest. Here is what makes more sense there. So bone mode, and I need to, the bone is probably better to do it here. Let's see, dangly. Don't I get the bone menu? Why are you refusing to show? I don't need the vertex groups. Maybe I need to be in edit mode for the only the armature. Object, armature, edit. Yeah. Bones. The parent for you is the chest. Chest. Yeah. And you the same. Chest. You the same. Can I transfer this info on an easier way? Well, let's do it like that. Do not destroy anything. Can I keep like hiding you or something? Because otherwise, okay. Perhaps this info is not symmetrizing. That could be the case. That could be the case. I don't know if you can possibly forcefully, if you select all these bones, right, you can forcefully symmetrize that info, right? Probably. It doesn't matter if it does all the weight paint again, basically. Should be fair enough. So voltage, give me the bones back. They are all selected. Can you armature symmetrize? Will it duplicate the bones? No. Okay. But it copied the information. Dangly 12. Are there that many? Probably. Dangly 13 even. Okay. Yeah, there are quite a few. Quite a few. Okay. Fair enough. Good. Move that chest for me. It's gonna be a lot of movement there. Dangle, dangle. Dangle, dangle. Okay. Cool. Fair enough. So, keep going from the top bottom. Eye is done. Hoodie straps. Yes, sir. Okay, hoodie straps. They are also attached to the chest. And they also have bones. At least 2. This one probably has 3. They need a little bit of dangly action there. Come on. You and you. Control P. Empty groups. Okay. You. Edit mode. And let me save because it's getting complex. Shift A. And you're gonna be called hoodie straps. How can I call you? Hoodie strap 1, strap, because I don't want to call them left and right because they are all on the same side, so I will do 1 and 2. Strap long and short, that way. Strap long, 1, 2 and 3, and shorts I'm gonna have 2, and it is what it is. Okay. Strap long, where are you? I select you. Ooh, not everything like that. GC, probably. Shall I do a danglish chain? Goes down like that. I have a magnet. Oh, maybe that will help. It's a magnet that attaches to volume. Maybe. That's actually pretty useful for this. Makes sense, right? Okay. The thing is, I need probably need to do loops or something. Like more loops. Let me see how this looks like. Do you really, when it's gonna bend, right, where you have a joint, you need 3 loops or something so that it can bend. But with an object like this, with a tail, I also did the 3 loops thingy, but to be fair, you get a tail with sharp bends, so I don't know if it's the best idea. Is that enough geometry? Well, first of all, I need to try to place the bones in those, at least in those loops, right? So try to be as gentle as possible with that. Okay. And Shift D, place it there. Make it smaller. Possibly remove 1 bone. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. How about the white paint though? It's a wiggly bone. I'm gonna treat it like hair possibly. So that I used to do hair with like the Yuanju white paint. with the radial brush as usual for a cookie. The cookie's favorite tool. It's a weight of 1, a few birds selected. You can kinda mask, but yeah, mask by selecting birds like that, for example. That way you won't contaminate the other one. And do a red here. There is something like that. Next bone. Okay, same procedure. Basically do a red from the center, right? Trying to cover the area of the bone, basically. And for this one, same approach, but we need to do the bead also separately. Maybe select. Okay, and the bead too. The bead is red, all red. Okay, because rigid, so there is no way around that. Okay, same procedure here. L. Oops. Select tool. Let me change. Let's see. We don't get too many ads here. Okay, let's go. Okay. Oof. I should, right? Like, my question is, am I painting the back too? Yeah, I am. These tools. Yeah, the radial thingy is 3D, but not always. It is 3D sometimes. No, it is 3D. Always, always. That's why you have to be careful with the masking there. To mask always. Masking, I am masking air quotes by selecting birds here. If I select this, I only limit the influence of my brush to that. Otherwise I would be painting this too. Only on the same object. But if for whatever reason you're painting a body, you could be painting the foot while trying to paint the arm. That has happened to me, and it's never a fun time. Okay, done. Hoodie straps, done. Relic necklace. Now this is easy compared to the compared to the rest. This is easy peasy. Has its own bone. That's only one. It's dangling from there. Do I need to add another bone here for this other ring? So that it can dangle like that? Nah. Nah. It's too tiny of a detail. Okay, object mode, relic necklace, armature. Control P, empty groups. Oops, I forgot to parent these bones, the masters here, the first of the chain basically, right? And I need to parent it to the chest. Mr. Parent. Need to be in edit. Edit, okay. That bone parented to the chest. Oh my god, the chest is a little bit congested there. There is something happening in the chest. Are you feeling right, Mr. Chest? Because you have quite a few things dangling from you. Are you sure you're right? I hope so. Okay. Let me real quick do a test. Yeah, right. It's cool how the arms stay in place. Huh? Among Us? Huh? What's going on over there? What's going on over there? Okay. So. Relic necklace. Object. Armature. No, armature. Edit. Shift A. Relic. It doesn't need left or right, and it doesn't need a number. It's only one bone. It is the relic bone. GC. And I'll put it like that. I consider this to be facing down, but because they are dangly stuff, right? Dangly things, I think it's fitting that they dangle like that. Some people call them leaf bones, right? Some people call them octahedrals, something like that. It's pretty cool, this snap to volume, to be able to place bones. It's actually big brain strat. I remember when my mom used to play Super Mario World. We got into a secret level where you could access flying with a Yoshi, I think it was. They were called Butter Bridge? Maybe. That was the translation to Spanish, I think. Puente Mantequilla, or Puente de la Mantequilla. Butter Bridge. There were bridges high up in the sky. I suffered when she died. When she died in Mario, I mean. Like when she got eaten by a Goomba or something. I always was like, oh no, I'm gonna have nightmares tonight. We were very scared of nightmares when we were kids. I don't know exactly why, but they were like maybe more frequent or more intense, or yeah, I don't have that many as an adult, I would say. Sometimes I can have them, but it has gotten so much. It is so much different right now, right? Let me check the phone just in case of clients. Okay, everything seems to be fine. Because I could get the time for tomorrow or something. That would be something great to know. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, white paint. Oh my god. And lately on the internet, I have seen people call robots clankers. What is going on with that? What is going on with that? What is that word? Okay. L, and L. For that, paint that red. move you. Yeah, that's what I want. Clone, 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 clone. Okay. Maybe you can limit the movement of that. Will a free spin make sense for you? Yeah, you can dangle. Okay. W. Anything else? Yes, yes. Thank you for asking, little cookie. Bone should be parented to the chest. Okay, bone. In edit mode. Object. Armature. Edit. That bone. Parent. Chest. Okay, not connected. Cool. Ribbon. Same procedure. You need a chain of bones because you're gonna be bending. Maybe 5, something like that. Can I just straight up join a chain from here? Shift D. Place it here. Oh, it preserves the parenting. Oh, I'm so glad. We'll rename you though. And you are gonna be ribbon. Ribbon. I mean, I don't think you call this a ribbon. It's probably banner, right? Banner makes more sense. But it is what it is. Ribbon. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is Blender gonna understand if I do ribbon 1? Well, when I extrude ribbon 2, ribbon 3. Okay, and extrude down. Yeah, it does not get it. So it is from there. Extrude a new one and another one. Okay. I guess for numbers you should do that notation so that Blender understands. Instead of numbers you do dot and the number. Oops. So maybe we can do it. Dot 1. Dot 2. Dot 3. Dot 4. Oops. Dot 4. And dot 5. Cool. And now we need to resize them, or maybe with G0. Let's try to align them with the mesh, right? And with the loops, if we can. I don't know if they are being centered, right? Maybe like aligning with the birds here helps, or local coordinates or something like that could possibly help. Well, I think the ribbon is on the z-axis. Yeah, it is. So no problem. And to be fair, the biggest bones here should be the ones on top, right? Because the top is gonna be moving less and the bottom is gonna be flapping more. we need more resolution on the top. So if we were to have this many bones, this should be tinier possibly, so that it flaps more. Maybe you can do 1, 1, 2, 3. Well, 3 maybe is a lot. But to do like a series, yeah, these are not very aligned. You can S0 them. L, okay. S, yeah, S, Y0. No, is that too much to ask for? Understandable. Have a nice day. But yeah, would be nice to align them. Eyeballing my demise. It does not have to be perfect, but because this is not. Can you tell what happened there, right? They are aligned there, but now what? Now what? If I were to do normals or locals, can you? I can snap to bird. That's one way. I can probably snap them all to a bird and push them in, for example. It's center, it's perpendicular. Snap to a bird. Can I do that? Yes. That way you have them on the surface and aligned. Then you can push them to the middle, basically. Not ideal, but it is what it is. And you don't even have to push them in, to be fair. If you were to do volume, I don't know. That's kind of it. Okay. Fair enough. Parented to the chest already. Oh, the weights. Object. Armature. That ribbon. White paint. Shall I do linear? No, here is gonna be a bit messy if I do it linear, right? Well, they are connected, so maybe it's not that bad. Radial is messy for flaps, right? Linear makes more sense. So armature and ribbon, right? Why are the bones not there? Armature and ribbon. White paint does not let me select bones. Object, armature, ribbon. I never parented the ribbon to the armature, right? Classic. Empty groups. Okay. Invert that. Let's try this. Do you have ads or not? Because if you don't, and you seem to not, you can become a good video for the channel here. White paint. Okay, so you weight of 1. Let me start from the bottom up. Can I how does that look? Kinda cool, but in this direction do you flap okay-ish? The geometry might be a bit problematic, eh? It's tending to too much. Is that illegal or what? Let's do it like this. I want to paint this more, maybe. Well, they have some weight. Okay, let's keep going up. Let's see what happens. So this one now, I would want to only paint this segment, but because this one is attached to that one, it's gonna move it anyway. So maybe if you do it this way, it is not that illegal, right? And the thing is, do I need auto normalize? Probably. Is that fair enough? Possibly. Like, this could be decent enough. And even though we are stuck in lots of red, I cannot go further. I need to do multiple passes. Maybe this is fair game. It really goes high up. Cool sound. Can I do a 0 from here to clean? has lots of paint in there. And you. Let's see. If I were to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, open the side panel, make it a tail with animation, bone tail, and that's it. Okay. I'm not gonna touch anything right now. In object mode, let me make it spin. Let me make this a tail too to see how they kind of perform. Need to be in pose mode. Bone tail, and you too, bone tail. And what else? You are a bone tail, right? Bone tail. Yeah, something like that. And if I were to make you spin slightly here, animation. I'm in frame 9. Let's do frame 1. Select everything. Key everything. Okay. And let's move to frame 40 then, for example. Move the chest, rotate C. I have normal axis. Rotate C. Make you spin. Like over there. And key that. Okay. Now, will you dangle? Yes. You dangle kinda nicely. At least the ribbon there. Yeah, and these ones too. Pretty good. So my weights are decent. Yeah, look at them. Look at them go. And the flaps though, if I were to do from 40, maybe at 50, I can reset this position, alter, key that again, and I will rotate you. This is a little bit illegal, to be fair. Key that. So let me see those other flaps flapping. Okay, they wiggle with the wiggle add-on. Not wonderful. They wiggle down well. These ones work. Skirt close flaps are pretty easy, pretty good. You and the armature. Object mode. Control P with empty groups. Yes, okay. And I will transfer the weights from the skirt to you. It's a pretty cool add-on, to be fair. Robust weight transfer. Pretty cool add-on. Open the side panel. Because it makes clothes. Painting clothes makes it a breeze, basically. Send. robust weight transfer from the skirt to the flaps with this distance, for example. Okay. What is going on here? We have topology altering modifiers, so we need to apply the array and the curve. You can keep it, I think. For these flaps, I think I did not apply the curve. Yeah. But it has the mirror. It has the mirror. If I disable that, it has to be in this order to work. So let's apply everything. Apply and apply. With the mirror, can we keep the mirror? I don't think so. Nah, you don't need to apply it. It's fair. I saved long ago. And we can import previous versions if required. Okay, so transfer. Why is that origin so warped? It is over there because it is from the previous geometry. Transfer weights. It worked. Okay, let's see what we got there. You and the armature and you. White paint. Close the side panel. Okay. That is kind of legal. This is pretty legal. Let's start moving things around. I cannot move you because I have the eye case. Okay, beautiful. That's what I wanted basically. The thing you have to keep in mind is basically do the clothes in layers, right? You transfer from the body to the closest clothes flap, right? Like the skirt. And if you have things attached to the skirt, you transfer from the skirt to those flaps. That way they don't clip. Pretty cool. We are rigging kind of fast this time. Well, this guy has lots of accessories and I'm taking it easy, to be fair. But I'm happy. The body, of course, has already its weight paint. It is the automatic weight paint. It can be improved, to be fair, right? Probably can be improved. Transfer from skirt to wool. Yeah, the note from yesterday's Koukei. I have delivered Mr. Koukei from the past. Okay. So the body, it's already parented to the armature and it has weights. They are probably not the best and I'm not gonna correct them right now. So I will keep you here. The claws, it was my first experiment, right? I think so. With weight transfer from the body. So you are already done and parented. Let me check just in case, but I think that is the case. Yeah, pretty good. When I move something like the arms, for example, like it stretches quite a bit, but fair enough. It's pretty cool how they move, how this moves. It moves like it follows the restriction I made there. Move like that. Maybe I can have some bone. It will have to be this one, right, to make that spin. So maybe you can break this into two. One for the arm and one that makes this part spin. I could do that. That way we can have more rotation here. I have Here for the hand, I have like this axis there. Can rotate like that. Well, like that. I need to place the bone better. How can I ace this? You can snap it to bird, but what? What do you snap it there? And why are these not connected? Let me see. You and you first of all. Let me see your bone info. And straight up from here, I can make you connect. Armature, edit, and pause maybe. I like this video. It does not have ads. Pause. For this bone, okay. For you, you need to be parented to the hand as you are. Parent forearm. Parent. Your hand. Parent forearm. Okay. But you should be connected. Edit. Connected. Okay. There. Cool. Shouldn't this? You should be connected to forearm connected. And that little ball you have should also be connected. Root. Parented to the root, this one. I can connect you with the cursor. I will make you, you're already parallel there. Surprising because I moved one of your heads, but X and X, you're aligned. So, and here for Twisterino, I need to copy the value. How can I make you align? X, Y, the slope should be the same, for example, to this one, right? You can move it. There is a way, for example. This is, well, it is like not immediately. I need to select this, for example. Place the cursor here. Select this head, select the cursor, and now you move it along this axis. G. Has to be local or normal. You can do local probably too. G with that head. G. Well, you can do normal, right? G. Okay. That's it. GY. Okay. That's it. Okay. Yeah, I guess a pose can be better for some things. You need to know Blender a little bit better, so I can understand why a beginner should not be posing possibly. Makes sense. This one I can move it, so that's easier to select. Okay, let's keep going. Let's see. The cloth armor and the body. Chest hair. It's triggered, so that means I have parented it, right? Indeed. Okay, and it moves with the chest, right? Should be painted red, basically, for the chest. Yes, it moves properly. The axis is warped because of that. Okay, yeah, okay, cool. So, cloak. Cloak. We can do it. It's not gonna be easy. We can leave it for the end because it occupies a lot visually there. Okay, let's leave it for last. Knee-pad is done. I had only a little issue. It's following this bone. It works properly, but this happens, right? This gets too exposed. It's not like ultra bad. I mean, an armor will have to adapt a bit. It's like you get too little protection there, right? It's a little bit weird. But an armor has to be functional in a way too. I don't know, it's like it could be staying a little bit more in the middle or something. Moves kinda great. I like it. Person medallion, you're already parented. Canon lens, okay, and high poly version. I need to bake this. Canon lens high poly, it is parented. Helmet, oh, helmet handle and helmet. They are pretty easy, right? Pretty easy fixes. Rigid bodies. Let's do them. Object. You and you. Control P. With empty groups. Okay. So you don't need a bone on everything. You can be parented to that straight up if that were to be indeed like ultra more efficient. That is probably the case, but I wanna paint you red. So that's gonna be armature and mesh, weighty painty. Select birds. Well, select the head. And brush. Ctrl X. That's it. And it should follow the head. The shoulder cannot be making the. It is what it is. You can move the shoulder, but the helmet is a rigid piece of metal. You're not gonna be bending that. It is what it is. It follows the head. It is what it is. You can move the shoulder if you want, but okay. Let's keep going. So helmet handle. You're ready. Okay. Helmet low poly. Same procedure. You and you. Control P. Empty groups. And helmet. Armature mesh. White paint. Select the head. Only the head. I reselect the group because sometimes it seems like it is selected, but you cannot see the weights there. So just in case there is a glitch or something, I will specifically select that bone. Select all the birds, and with a brush and a weight of 1, you paint that. And let's see. It should move with the head. It is what it is. Maybe while moving the head you can affect other things, but I think, yeah, it is a rigid object, so it should be all red, right? And I would say it should move with the head. It clips, there are issues there, but I think the behavior should be like that. And the handle is following too. Okay. Lips, eyelids, low poly. Okay. This should also move with the helmet, or with the head basically. Control P, empty groups. Yeah, the thing is, this guy probably cannot move too much, or it's gonna start clipping a lot. The other way around, white paint. Specifically select that boom for the head. All, and paint it red. Okay, so if I were to rotate you, the head moves together. That makes sense. And let me think, do this close? I think this never close. The chompers close, but this stay in place. Low chompers. Okay, same procedure. Low chompers, you select that, you parent it to the armature with empty groups so that there is no bleeding of any kind. We don't want random weights in there, so weight paint and brush. Well, boom for the head, reselect that, birds, select everything, brush, paint. Okay, and I'm gonna use a blend shape to close it, and it's probably not gonna be able to close much because there is not that much geometry in there to begin with, but it is what it is. Pupil. Okay, pupil. This is gonna be a little bit more tricky because it's an eye, and you know what happens with eyes, and if you don't, you're gonna find out right now. Pupil and armature, parent, empty groups. Okay, and the other way around, armature, pupil, white paint. So you should select the eye bone, that it is that one, select all the pupil and paint it red. Okay, the thing is we have to position that bone so that the pupil does not clip when moving to the sides. Has a controller. Let me grab from the controller. Armature, pose. Okay, grab the controller, this square here. You can move it, but well, look at that. You see that? That is the claws. I clean the influence over the body, but the claws has influence too, because the claws has the weight transfer from the body with certain distance, and it seems to be influencing the claws. So we're gonna select this bone, object, armature, and clothes. Weight paint. And for this selection tool, eye bone, and as you can see, there is a little bit of weight paint there. We want the eye to do nothing to the clothes armor. So we need to select the bird, select all, brush, 0, Control X, okay, click W, and now if you move the eye in, let's say, pose mode for the armature, like that, like, well, it does nothing because I need to grab the controller. The cloth armor does not move anymore, but this thing though, this thing clips, as you can see, and that is undesirable. For example, you can make it, you can separate it from the surface so that it has more leniency. It is not round to begin with, that's a slight problem. A slight problem because this creates, it moves in a circle, right? In a circle radius. It is not exactly, well, it's kinda spherical though. Maybe not exactly, but kinda. So that is a W. It's better than I thought. Edit. Let's move this closer to create a bigger radius there. And let's see if this behaves better now. Oh, look at that. It's almost spherical. I think it's the first time this has happened to me. Behaves kinda nicely. It clips a little bit. Some points. But I think this is the easiest tie I have seen to the date. I can modify that, the only part that's clipping. I can tilt it a little bit. And you can establish a few limiters, like maybe to avoid going further than that. That's fair enough. It's pretty decent, It's pretty decent. Oh, because well, I was gonna say this is not spherical because, well, it looks like an ellipse from here. But the moment I turned the camera up, I thought, holy flip, it is kind of spherical. What? And yes, it turns out even this guess for the center was kind of decent. Well, you know how to guess the center of a sphere, right? You can create two arcs. Well, if we were to do it mathematically, we're not gonna do it mathematically. So you just guessed, but you do an arc, and when it cuts, you guess the middle point there with a compass, right? You draw that line, and you get another random segment. You draw the middle point, and when these two cut, or those two cut, then there is your center. It's not gonna work there because it is cuffed. But if you do it with decent lines, and if we hide the chompers, not the chompers, these ones, it is not really spherical. If it were to be spherical, it would be a bit more rounded here. But it kind of works, and that makes me happy. Okay. Boom, boom. Okay. So maybe tilt this thingy Let me see. You can move it. Let's establish a limit there, and let's try to correct here. So you cannot edit with that in place. Would be nice. Let's see. Something like, yeah, you can do it. I misclicked, I guess. So you leave it there, right? No, you cannot. And it resets. It resets. That's the weird part. You need to key that, right? Or what? Like, move it. Over there as the limit. Over there. I to key that. Okay. Edit. At least it's in position, but can I key the mesh there? Yeah, edit the mesh. Well, at least I can modify it. I can do something like what I did there. Slightly separated from the... Let's see. Better, but not enough. Better, almost it. I will slightly rotate it, maybe. Like that a little. Okay, and that should be enough. And it is. Okay. Good enough. Let me get rid of this keyframe. Sorry, because my phone is in the way. So I will move it. For this, the controller pose in frame 0, you Alt G, right? Okay. And then, well, you can key that if you want. Okay, cool. Fixed. Cool, great. Let's keep going. Pupil, upper chompers, big W, easy peasy. Object mode, upper chompers, armature, Control P, empty groups, and you should follow the head. So armature chompers, white paint, head, all red, paint. Okay, cool. So let's keep going. Visor, same procedure, easy peasy. Are you? No. I was gonna say, are you clipping through the chompers? Because that would be a little bit of an issue, a little bit annoying, but fixable, easy to fix. But empty groups, okay. Armature visor, white paint, headphone, select it again, birds, all of the birds, and paint. Okay, now do a quick test with the chompers and the visor. Okay, pretty good. There is an issue there with the body that's not adapting correctly. We probably could add limiters to that rotation too, so that it does not get too wild. Like that, right? But you can probably rotate from like to there and there. Okay, cool. And that's it. That is the whole thing. Seems. Ah, the cape, the cloak. That's the only thing left. Seems like, I don't know, too good to be true. Cloak and armature. Control P. Empty groups. Okay. How can I do this? Okay, I need a few chains for you too. 3 chains will be enough. If you want, you can dangle one from here, another from there, possibly, if you want this to flap. But I think enough flapping. Hey, Silvertone! How are you doing? How are you doing? Have you made any progress over there? Silvertone, Silvertone! Rigging this guy here. Almost ready. Well, I'm with this last part. Need to fix issues, but getting there, we're getting there. The rigging was kinda fast compared to everything else. The rigging was kinda fast. The baking took a lot of time, but well, it was my first time, so you have to learn. Ah, look, I could transfer a little bit more weights from the skirt to the cloth there, to the cloth armor, but it has to the lower part at least. Cool. What's up? How's the model going? Pretty cool, pretty cool. I'm happy with what we got here. I did constraints there. I need to do something there so that it does not get off the axis of rotation there, because it slightly moves out of the edge there. But other than that, I'm happy. I'm happy. It works. It has slow poly. It has dangly things. They work. They dangle. It's properly white painted. I'm happy. I need to get it into Unity later. Yeah. We're still working on the project, but we have been doing some side quests for the post on Instagram and TikTok. Let me see. Let me check. I saw one of your posts. I think it was on Instagram, and it was something about it was Taco Tuesday or something like that, right? Taco Tuesday. Yeah, I saw that one. Let me see. And you made the one from Taco Tuesday. Okay. It is like, is it like a margarita cup? But was it like, because when I first saw it, I thought, was that like for a restaurant promo or something? Or were you trying new things with the little prop you made with that glass box, right? You make state rec. What is this? Oh, it is a lifeguard there. Look at that. Okay. Oh, let me show. Let me first of all copy this. Copy this link. open Chrome so that everybody can see what's going on there. Decline. Okay. And let's open the threads too. Okay. Let's go. It's called State Rec. That one came out really good. Yeah. You love making those encapsulated renders in glass. It's pretty eye-catchy. Let me show everybody. Chrome. There we go. Okay. This is the one. Oh no. Do I have to log in? I'm not logged in Chrome. Oh no. You can see it here. Can I? Okay, yeah, it is not the same, but almost. Yeah, the one from Taco Tuesday. And I cannot move to the side. I cannot scroll so that people can see the other. I don't get the side scroll bar. The other was cool. Well, it's cool. Yeah, I cannot. Is this? No. No. Oh. But you had them on threads. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. The lifeguards. And is that a jacuzzi or something? Pretty cool. And the light effect there. Yeah. The IOR, the index of refraction, is amazing, right? Yeah. I was trying to bake it too into textures. Pretty cool. It's a cup of, yeah, them like a you reused a prop here, right? Yeah. Well, if you didn't tell me, the first thing I thought is like if it was a jacuzzi, basically. Yes, pretty cool. And when I saw the first one, right, the first thing I thought is that it was like a promo for, you can see it from closer, right? Pretty cool. There was a promo, this one, the one from the Taco Tuesday, that maybe you had a client ask you for that, for a promotional Taco Tuesday for the restaurant or something. And I thought, maybe Silverton had a little client over there, a little commission. This is the tattoo, and this is the rendering passes the nodes, right? This is post we checked before, right? The low poly crowd too. I don't think, maybe at work computer didn't see that, or MaroTachi. Yeah, the second picture there. You just needed to post something for the channel. You haven't done a post in a while. Ooh. I need to post too. I have pictures from Bichi 3D printed. It's not the best print. I probably need to edit it a little bit, because it had a little bit of a warp issue, but I need to post it. I need to, even if it's with mistakes, I need to post them, because it's been 2 months since I printed 3D Bichi or 3D printed Bichi. So I need to post it before summer ends, because summer is about to end and Bichi didn't go to the beach yet. Well, the first one did, but not the 3D printed one. Unbelievable. I am not good with instant Twitter. I need to take it easier and drop more posts. For example, for YouTube I have 0 issues. I post a lot, but I don't know. It's because I guess I know, I feel like I know the social media or YouTube. I don't consider it YouTube social media that much, to be fair. None of it is other people's assets. Sorry. The state rec render, you made all the props except the mesh for the character. Oh, that's pretty cool. So everything was made in-house, right? Except, well, the body, you probably, you bought it or you download it from a store or something. But everything else, you made it. Maybe those, we were talking about this today too, at the start of the stream. Maybe you created your, with time, right? Your own asset library. Because you keep building stuff, modeling stuff, right? And with time you get a huge library. You can start reusing your own assets too, to speed up the process there. All 4 girls are in the same mesh. It is just with different hairstyles. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. They look like different characters, so. And you can alter if you were, right? If you want to, you can alter a few proportions there and they will look different. A few accessories, a new character. Do they come? I was gonna say, do they come with the rig? Or you do, well, you can do all the blend shapes with face it too, and maybe you can automatically rig it too. Maybe they can sell you the mesh by itself, and that's good enough. Yeah, I told you I'm not gonna, for compositing, because you cannot understand it. Plus, I don't know what the free, you don't know what the free version, you don't know paywall. Paywall is only like the highest resolutions and highest bit rates, but we're talking like 8K, I think, or 16K. Like, it is ultra high. I don't think most users need that. Well, you get options, you get AI functionality with the paid version too. Like for automatic subtitles, for automatically chopping the boring parts of videos, for automatically masking too. So you have more functionality, yeah. But yeah, Fusion does not seem easy to use, to be fair. Yeah, and you're worried you start the project and you find the paywall basically, right? Like you get limited in the middle after learning and it becomes a bit of an issue. You can figure it out. Yeah, I guess it's not that easy. I don't know, luckily the only thing I do there is chopping video. I go in there and chop boring parts, chop bathroom breaks, and stitch everything together, censor a few slips, and send it. That's it. And for that, the free version is more than enough. It's amazing, actually. So, it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, really cool for filming and stuff. Yeah. There is a learning curve, definitely. I don't know. I don't know. Have you checked if there are tutorials for, well, you probably did, right? Lots of tutorials for Fusion, because there probably are not that many. Oh, disarm should affect the cape. I can transfer from the body to this, right? That would make sense. You checked out, but that's going to be for the next project right now. Okay, right now you gotta finish this one. Okay, fair enough. So how are you gonna go about it then? Are you gonna do it in Blender with the render passes, and maybe are you gonna assemble it with the Blender editor, or do you have by any chance a Premiere license, or maybe it's worth it to pay for a month or something like that? You're using the Blender compositor and you're getting a little bit better at it. Okay. Were you able to figure out what was happening with those nodes in the end? You're really good at the nodes in Blender, really. It's just putting it together that there is a sequence. Yeah, I saw that well, your setup there, right? You were following like an older tutorial and it had quite a few passes in there, right? They were being added to each other and it was easy to mess something up, right? You couldn't recreate the beauty pass, but you did manage to isolate it with layers. Well, that's a little bit of progress. And did you manage to guess or to locate where the problem was? In your notes at least. Even if you didn't solve it, isolating it by layers. Maybe you say like, these are the nodes that are not working, so you can start looking for a better solution to that. Let me see. No, it's very complicated because you're stripping the image entirely and then putting it back together in a different way. But all I need to do is isolate certain focal points such as characters in the background, and that's all you need. And then can you isolate that in layers, and in a video editor, the Blender one for example, you can maybe multiply the images, or I don't know how it's done, right? But maybe you can create a single video from them. Yeah, it just depends on how crazy you want it to be, right? You're stripping the entire image, which I'm not sure everybody is doing. Yeah, I think they are tough. For post-production, you want absolute control. Yeah, that feels like I don't know. It's like ultra advanced. Well, they are the last touches of an animation, basically, right? It's like taking apart a car and putting it back together as a completely different car. Wow. It got through the shop, through the Silverton shop there. You polish every part You did a coat of paint, some polishing, some decals, and you put it all together again. But different. In this time it's different. You modified it. You forgot? Barcelona was in Spain. Yes, it is, it is. Yes, it's like the second capital of Spain, basically. Second biggest city. You gotta take a geography class again. Why would you say so? You had that in high school with a really mean teacher. Ah, no problem. You can learn that in a few, in your free time, maybe checking a few. There are probably even YouTube videos that explain you how it goes, right? That can give you a general geography lesson for a bit. I don't know. I'm not the best at geography either. I remember the places I've been to, and I have a general idea of the map, but I don't know where everything is exactly. A general idea. You can look things up, but well, I mean, there is an issue there in Spain with Catalonia, right? With Barcelona and everything like that. So a few people would probably say, no, we're not part of Spain. So, but no, they are part of Spain. Legally, they are part of Spain. Yes. Let me think. You can name all 50 states, but you can get close. I cannot do that, for example. I don't know the name of all states, and I cannot put them into a map, though, either. It is not my country, of course, but yeah, with the US I cannot. I guess I know where a few states are, but that's it. It is what it is. You can Google that if you need it. Oh, I forgot to do the tail. So I will transfer this add-on is kinda cool too. The robust weight transfer. To transfer weights from, for example, the body to the clothes. And it's free. I guess there are better paid add-ons, right, for that. And there is even a native Blender option, but it works kind of decently. Some states are not really as popular as other states. The most popular states are New York, San Francisco, California, Miami. Yeah. Florida too is kinda easy to pinpoint when that is. Texas maybe. But the states from the interior, right? Those are difficult. San Francisco is part of California. We're going to geography jail here. It's fine. I don't know, easy ones that are pretty, like I separated geographically or something like that, like Hawaii or Alaska maybe, something like that. You're not kidding, you had a mean teacher in geography class in high school. She was really mean. Yeah. I completely believe that. Yeah, that can happen. It is sad that a bad teacher can ruin a subject for you, right? That sucks a bit. And a good one though, and a good one can make you interested in a subject that you really never cared about. It's pretty cool. Having good teachers is amazing. I don't know. That's why I didn't wanna become a teacher exactly. I don't know if I would be fit for to be in a classroom. It's like I have spent enough time in a classroom. I don't wanna be there anymore, and I don't wanna be resentful to students. Teachers have to like being there with their students and being passionate about what they are teaching there, because they can completely change the life, or the likings and dislikes of their, completely I hope not, of their pupils, their students. They can change that a lot if they are good. So it's very vocational. And in the US I have heard teachers are getting paid like ultra bad, really bad, and that sucks. It's a very important profession there. You can understand though, man, like in America they don't get paid. Yeah, that's it. Like, but I mean, it's really bad over there for a teacher. Like, they make little money. Well, little, it would be like, it is basically what they make here, so that, but you are in the US and you need to pay US prices. Well, here, yeah, what do they make? 20k or something like that, or a little bit more than that. For the US that can be rough depending on the area, right? America sucks when it comes to public education. Yeah, we have the #1 private education, but yeah, sadly, it's very expensive there. And these teachers are very educated. They have bachelor's and master's degrees at the highest level. Even the ones in the public schools too. Yeah. But I can understand if you get paid that little, you will get demotivated with years, right? With time. Or maybe you start thinking why to give more effort, why to give the extra there, right? I don't know. Shouldn't be like that. For example, in the Nordic countries over there, like Finland, Norway, Sweden, over there you have to be only the best of the best, make it to teacher. Or that's what I have heard. You have to be pretty good, at least. Maybe you don't have to be the best, but you have to be a pretty good professional to make it there. Understandable. And they get paid well, I guess. Well, I don't know compared against a private company, but they get paid well, I guess. In Spain it's kinda mid, but it is better than a normal job, I would say. And it's stable because it depends on the government, right? You are a functionary, right? You're a government worker, basically, public servant. That's only good. The only good thing about being a part of a superpower is your degrees transfer over to other countries, but the other countries' degrees don't transfer over. Do you think so? You were watching a video on Cuba, and it's crazy how bad it is over there. Yeah, Cuba is rough. It is rough. Yeah. And now it's very cool because you have lots of YouTubers over there. And it's good because you can see what really goes on there. Because over the years, I don't know, when growing up, you heard things about Cuba and you said, oh, maybe it's an interesting place. Now you can really see what's going on there. And it's pretty effed up. it got destroyed, that country. Well, they destroyed it, sadly. It's horrible and dangerous. You know, in certain parts, YouTubers are getting in trouble. Yeah, of course. Yes, of course. They can put the community in danger. Yeah, possibly. It wouldn't surprise me. Because, yeah, they will try to silence you, probably. That's how that sort of things work. Yeah. It is rough. Luckily for the ones that managed to escape, they have a pretty easy process to become US citizens, for example. But well, they have had it rough in Cuba, so they have a special process for them. But I don't know. It is bad over there for them. Yeah. Yeah, there is a ton of Cubans in Miami and Florida. Yeah, they stay like over there, right? In the hot states, basically. Well, they have big Spanish communities, let's say. So if they are not that good at the language, they get like a little pass. The weather is kind of similar. I don't know. I don't know about all of them, but usually, like citizens from Venezuela or citizens that escaped the Cuban regime, things of the like, they become one of the most capitalistic people. Capitalistic in the sense, like not in a crazy or cold-blooded way. I don't mean it in that way, but they don't want to go back to that. That's what I mean. So I don't know. It is complicated, but I don't think it's justifiable what's happening there. Yeah, it's not good. Okay, I will try to transfer to the cave. Will this work? Okay, it worked. Let me check those weights. Armature and cave. Whiterinos. You like studying history, like stuff like that? Capitalism is not perfect, but I think it's the best of all of them. Yeah, it is not perfect, but it seems to produce the best results over time. For better or for worse, I mean, seems to be what works best. There are things to improve, yeah, probably, but for the time being we haven't found anything that's clearly better. You can add, how can you say it? You can add your own flavor to that, right? There are variants, right, of it, but on a general sense seems to be what works, because it motivates people enough, right, to keep pushing forward, to offer what they can do best. As long as it can get out of control too, it can get too rough too, but there are ways, right? You can, it seems to work decently. Are pretty good, yeah. Yes. Capitalism's biggest enemy is monopolies. Yeah, for example. Yeah, and that would be, it is one of the end results, because it is like a monopoly party, right? A monopoly game. It tends to produce that outcome because of the Pareto distribution, right? Like there are people that are better in general at playing that game, and they are gonna end up with everything, with all the resources and all the money, and consolidate that into more money and power. But if you add mechanisms to try to stop that when that happens or before it happens, you can try to keep it fair, or fairer, more fair, right? For the low guy, for the little guy, sorry. And corruption, yeah, that happens everywhere. But let me tell you, corruption is terrible on regimes like the ones in Cuba or Venezuela, for example. It is wild. And the wildest things happen there. For example, YouTubers from there were talking about, well, we're getting kind of political today. YouTubers from there were talking that the worst capitalistic things, the worst things about capitalism tend to happen there. Like the people got like the greediest nature and the roughest, I don't know, people doing bad things to others or stealing or things of the like for personal gain. That tend to happen there because the situations are pretty dire for people, and people are desperate and willing to do bad to each other. So it can get pretty bad in that situation, even though theoretically it should be different, or different, well, other things should be happening over there. I don't know. Walmart, Nabisco. I have never heard about Nabisco. I don't know what that is. They make you break up a company when you're too big. But that, yeah, because they have power and money, right? And they can start paying legislators, for example, to look to their side, or you can sell it to another company, but it is your cousin's company or something like that, right? Not not that simplistically or not that evident, but weird things like that can happen, or well, I don't know. We're human, well, humans are not perfect. It is hard. Capitalism works pretty good in America because we have a constitution that supports it. Venezuela's constitution and government are very compromised. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, it's because, I mean, it's one of the first things when somebody wants to change things a lot in a country. One of the first things they start to do is touching the constitution, basically. And when you start changing that, you change all the rules of the game, and they are usually changes for personal, made for personal gain, usually. So you mean to change the economical system or something there? Yeah. You have to go. Okay, man. No problem. Thank you for coming by and yapping for a bit. See you around. And always a pleasure, man. Okay, maybe I will duplicate this for the cape here. I don't know, five bones might be too much. Maybe I can do 4. Shift D and send it to the back. Not in white paint, in edit, right? Edit. Only the armature. Edit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shift D. There we go. Should it be attached to the chest? Yes. Or to the shoulders. to the shoulders. Possibly. The cape is like it wraps around the shoulders more like. Okay. Can I zero you? Nope. I have you all selected there, but it doesn't have to be perfect, right? Let's see, and I have to do the tail too, and let's start polishing things because we're pretty good to go, to be fair. There is not that much to do here. So we can try a Unity export. Well, the cape is warped. So, let me see. Cloak, center. Isn't it? Let's see. One. Okay. Copy. So I like this video then. This video does not have ads on it. Cool, cool. I take notes. Take notes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, now where should I parent this? It is parented there to the chest. Let me see how this looks. Those are the weights he grabbed from the body, I guess, right? The cloak. Is that decent enough? Or shall I? Well, because the shoulders are 2, right? And they are parented to the chest. It's probably a better idea to parent it. Okay, legal enough. Maybe these ones that are to the side, you can parent to the shoulders, perhaps. Will that make sense? We're gonna find out in the next episode of cookies, rigging adventures. That would be the clock. I have to do underscore right. Maybe we can symmetrize this. Underscore right. 1. Okay. 2. Okay. And 4. Okay. Okay, and that one is parented to the chest still. Shall I shall I try it with the shoulder? What would happen if I were to move it like that in pose mode? Let's see. What will happen here? Well, that's kind of legal, eh? That's the head. Got it. It's moving everything. So maybe it's kind of legal because they are parented still to the... Maybe you can do it. Can I symmetrize you? Well, of course I can make you a chain, no problem. Because I need to be on the other two. They are already a chain because I duplicated these. Oh, pretty useful. 2, 3, 4, symmetrize. Boom, okay, great. Pretty cool. And the weights you can symmetrize too, in case of need. Parented to the shoulder too. I need to do the tail still. Other than that. And for the tail, I will shift the U, if you don't mind. Shift D, GC, rotate. Maybe you can flip it. It kinda has that shape in there, right? Okay, let's hide the cloak. kind of in place already. Okay. And one more. No, two more. So many bombs this guy has. So many bombs. Okay. Cool. Okay, rename everything. Tail 1. Okay, tail 4, tail 5, okay, and tail 6. Cool. Have to paint the tail here. Okay. Let me hide this chain here. Can I do LH? Okay. Let me hide the clothes armor. And these, I always paint them with the radial brush, weight of 1. And let's mask. Yeah, just in case. I don't wanna be painting the whole body. Let's do, not ideal. Can I do, okay, something like that. Ideally you should not paint the other section, right? But I don't know why. Can I say it without the subdivision or what's going on here? Okay, that makes more sense. Oh, have you gotten merge? I hope not. I think you're not actually. Okay, then this is sort of legal, but this look maybe you can keep it. Oh. Okay, let's paint here. Radial brush, weight of 1, with the vertex masked. I have linear. I was gonna say, why is it not painting that side? Okay. Well, maybe I don't really mind doing it. I should go full red, right? Am I painting the other side? Not ideal. I need to select all across. All across. So here, maybe with wireframe. The thing is, you need to go back, right? Before painting. And W, select Sha. Do something like that. Was that enough? So let's select one more. Maybe not that one. Okay. So radial. It's basically almost that. You probably don't need to go that far. Can I clear those birds? Okay. Let's see. Sure. Well, there are sections, right? You can possibly even paint them fully red. I don't know what's going on there. Why is it like that? I was cranking it up quite a bit there. Probably the geometry is scuffed or something. Let me see. It's because I'm painting in those sides too, but not that part. So I'm missing a little spot in there. Okay. I'm basically reading that. Yes, that's kind of what I'm doing, to be fair. Almost. Well, they are kind of rigid sections, so let's see. So, oops, selection tool, wireframe, right? For this bone, these birds, okay. Is that legal enough? I hope so. Okay, there we go. Disperse now. Oops, selection tool. Sorry, with birds and something like that. Okay. Ooh, those birds don't have weights from any of the bones. That's why they're staying in place. That ring in there. You see, even if you were to move the base, they don't go anywhere. Let's see. Can we fix it? It's difficult to see, well, to know for which ones you painted. Maybe without the subdivision is easier to see. Not really. Which of the bones should be? Let's try this. Yeah. You know, that middle part. Let's try something like that. Hope that works. How about the lower parts? That's what I thought. I didn't have wireframe on and I missed this one. So try that again. Okay. Let's see if that is good enough. So this one should go a bit further. So what shall I do? Shall I do straight up red for that? That's too much. Okay. Blitz a bit there. I really don't know what to do here. Like, that was better, but maybe I can try closer to the center because I was a bit offset, right? Okay, that's fine. Let's keep going down the tail. Wireframe should be on. Okay, so select kind of that loop and I try to grow it and make it shrink again so that to check if Blender can guess the shape, right? What I mean, because sometimes it adapts the selection to the geometry there, but not always, as we just saw. Let's see. That seems fine. Let's try radial again. Wow. I have to fix that selection there. Okay, it's more like it, but I'm sure we need more over here, right? Probably. Well, let's try moving that. Okay, the seems fine. The bottom seems fine too, I would say. Maybe there is a bird there. That's not. That's part of the next segment. Okay. Let's keep going there. Oops. Select like that. Try to select only the square here and grow it. That's a lot. Let's try that. The next step is too big. And this one already seems too big too. It's because I got this. Yeah, that's why. Let's try getting rid of these birds there and now grow. I only want to grab or maybe that one is decent. I want to grab this next loop here and there and that one. That should be it. This too far. Okay, that seems legal. Let's try this. The Warcraft music was fine, but cool. Just a bit of life in there. Oh no, my selection. Should I have avoided those two? No, I'm skipping one though in the middle here, right? Missing that one. Okay. How about this? Legal enough, even though I have seen I have seen things there, but kinda behaves properly. So I can grow from this face now. One, is that it? One step and two. Yeah, okay. Now with the subdivision, everything should be legal. Okay, and let's check the tail. It already behaves like one. It has the, let me see, let me save first. And I have him rotated here in the keyframes to one side. I don't know if it's moving. Yeah, that will move the tail. Are you gonna be? No, it's ultra stiff, but you should not be. Because I duplicated this one, right? And that one was a tail indeed, but I extruded two more. So probably Wiggle Bones didn't know what to do with this last two. That's why Now you're a bone tail. Let's see what happens now. There we go. Then you can play a little bit more. You can, yeah, great. You can play with the parameters, but the thing is that it should work, right? And the cape works too. Yeah, wonderful. Great. Okay. Pretty cool. And now the cloak is the last thing. Cloak. Let me check those weights. So we can, they are parented properly. We can, everything is ultra out of whack there, right? Yeah, look at that. Can you not wiggle, please? Like, I love the wiggle bones, but okay, there. I need to edit. So we can indeed start painting this. I transfer weights from the body, and you know what? I probably shouldn't have done that. I probably shouldn't have done that. Makes sense here probably for this part, for the shoulders, and for that makes sense. But I have seen a few glitches already. Let's go little by little here. Let's do all the chains with the radial tool. So armature and cloak, white paints. Okay. Start from here. Alt H to reveal that. Oh, what was that? What was that bone? What was that bone? Okay, that's the shoulder. I actually don't hate that at all. This one's okay, pretty cool too. That's the cool thing about having parented that. I like that. And that, and that. Okay, good enough, I guess. They are not wonderful, but they are good enough. We need to do something. We need to do something here with the clipping through the helmet. Is there a way to make the helmet rotate when the shoulder moves up without deforming it? I mean, because it is rigid. I have the helmet parented to the head because makes sense, right? Makes sense. But well, you can constrain the shoulder, perhaps not that bad idea to clear those whites then. This cannot go, that cannot escape there. Okay, well, let's start doing these ones. Gradient, radial, from here, grow a little. Okay, so we don't destroy something that should not be painted. Okay. Oops. Well, there. Okay, same procedure. Select one bird, grow it a bit, radial. Okay. could reposition you a little. Okay, let's paint something like that. Is the mesh in place? One way to rest it is to actually come to the armature and rest the pose. Yeah, that's what I meant. So good enough. Maybe we don't need to. Something like that. Okay. Object, armature cloak, white paint. Okay, good enough. And let's keep going for this chain. Did the weights transfer here? I can I, this is not symmetrical per se, can I forcefully symmetrize? Perhaps. Edit. Armature, edit, 1, 2, 3. Well, L basically. Armature, symmetrize. Okay. How about those weights? Armature and cloak. White paint. They don't work. Well, the cloak is not symmetrical though, so understandable, I guess. Was checking the name of the bones, but well, if they symmetrized, I guess they are named properly. Fair enough. Select from here, grow a bit. Maybe it's scared of those birds over there. Okay. Okay. Cool. Let's see how you move over here. The armature has arrested pose. Okay. That seems to be great, right? Wow, pretty cool. Moves with the tail there. Okay. Like we have an issue there with the here, how do you say it, with the, well, some clipping issues, of course. Let's see. And what else? Here with the, well, maybe you can limit the movement. Let's see, how can we fix it? And this, well, you can make them all dangle too, I guess. Be safe. The relic and the dangle plates. How can I make this? If I were to select your, I cannot do that, right? I need to go like wiggle, needs to be in pose, bone tail, 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 tail. Maybe you can symmetrize afterwards and it will, then we should start hiding tail. Are there or no? Okay, that's why you hide them. Not get confused because there are quite a few. The only thing is if you want them to behave like this in Warudo, you probably need, well, you can probably create a collection of tails and hide them in there, and it is what it is, but okay. Can I forcefully symmetrize? Let me rest the pose so that they can transfer properly. Symmetrize. There we go. Are you tails? Pose. Yeah. So if I were to move you, pose. If I were to move you, do you dangle? Yeah. Right. Look, they are moving. Some of them. The ones on the left are moving. The ones on the right are not. But why is that the case? You have been symmetrized. And you are actively tails. Like how this dangle. Let me see what's going on with you. I can manually do it too. Maybe your vertex weights got destroyed in the process. And they are bone tails, indeed. All of them. Did your vertex... Maybe the weights got destroyed. That could be the case. No, but they were not wiggling. And they should be... Even though the mesh does not move, right? The bones should be moving anyway. They should be moving, but they are not. And are these moving the plates a little? Yeah, they dangle a little. Cool. That's why they what they should do. And the relic necklace too, as it should. This is a little bit scuffed. You should never see that, but okay, what's going on here with these bones? Why don't you wiggle? Theoretically, you're a bone tail. Ah, now you move. I don't know, I just you see what I did, right? I just selected one and explicitly removed the tail and put it again, and now it wiggles like a champ. What that dangly thing is going places. Getting crazy. Look at that. How is it that warped there? Does it have weights from... Let me see. I'm gonna rest the position and I'm gonna analyze those birds, because that is a little bit weird. Look at that. Let me rest. Or well, this is good enough. Open the side panel. In item here, vertex weights, central flaps. Central flaps. Why are the... Let me think. Why are the central flaps affecting central flaps 2? Central flaps 2 is this wiggle chain that is here. This one. How are you influencing that far? I don't know. Let me central flap. Central flap. Strap long, that is fair game. But this has lots of influence from the central flap. What a... Let me see that. And you have to go one by one. Central flaps too. Very weird. I hope that bone didn't influence a lot. Central flaps too. You are the culprit there. Armature and the dangly things. These straps. White paint. So for that bone exactly, how is that even possible? No. For that bone, birds, select all and clear. Maybe I had it selected when I changed it here or something, and I started painting them by mistake. Does that bone have any more weird influences? Would be cool to check. I don't know. Who knows what could be going on there? Is there a way to see the white paints? Well, the weights of this bone in everything. I guess I have to select rest the pose, right? Select everything. The armature last. No, you can only check one piece at a time. So maybe the body and armature, body, white paint, and you can select what is the body? Nah. Is the body not? No, it is. For a second I thought it wasn't, but it didn't make sense. Maybe it was like the high poly version or something. So for this bone, what? Does this bone have influence over the tip of the tail? No. Okay. That's why you need to reselect, and why I usually do that every time. Okay, I don't know. The only thing I can think of is move it away, move it a little bit, right? And see if you see a few glitches and try to figure out what could be happening over there. But other than that, glitches apart, this guy is pretty. We could do the how do you say it? The blend shape for the wing. That's about it. Armature pose. Okay. Big pose. Oh, that body, is the body frozen? No, but it's clipping like crazy. I need to correct the weights of the body. Probably at limiters or something, or a way to fix it. It is very scuffed, but it is a way, and I have, well, it's just faces that you don't see, faces that you don't need, and that way you avoid clipping because there are no faces to clip, so you can delete them straight up. So I will save. So all these faces that are clipping, you can delete them. Or you can fix the weight paint. That would be the best possible outcome, most likely. And here, it's probably not a bad idea to add one bone for each side to to make the cape rotate a bit when he looks to the side or something, so that it can follow better. That would not be illegal, but has quite a few bones already. Okay. Ciao. Yeah, rest the position. Let's do that. Oh, what happened there? Relic? No, let's not do it like that. Okay, it's easier to straight up grab a bone here, shift D, remove it there, you rotate it a bit, okay. Something like that. It's attached to the chest there. Fair enough. That side can be attached to the shoulder and this one will remain here, more grounded. You can symmetrize that if you want. Cloak front. Cloak front. Right. Okay. And symmetrize. Okay. Maybe here you can break symmetry a bit now. Okay. And armature and cloak, white paint. For this, select neighboring birds, radial, have I gotten too far there? Possibly with one. Okay, maybe like that. Okay, and the other. Boom. There. Okay, and something like that. Let's see. Pose. Let's see if we fixed a few issues. Armature. Pose. Okay. A bit of clip in there. I don't like that bird. What's going on there? Yeah, now the cloak follows a bit better. Well, these flaps at least. That should not happen either, right? That if you move too much to that side there and clips through the arm, that should not happen. But at least those flaps are staying in place right now. Yeah, that issue there with the clipping should not happen. One way to avoid it, to delete those faces. And the head too. The head is clipping over there. Okay, look. I love that dangle there. You can see the action. Oh, look at that. Those stay in place. Those rings stay in place. How can I make them? I need to parent them to the chest, basically. That's it. Now that I don't have that much info on screen, you can tell what's going on. Those dangle beautifully. Those straps and the dangle plates. I like them. It has an issue here with the normals. They're like flipped or something. They're scuffed. Those were the faces I had to redo. Yeah, and they never got fixed. Okay, let's parent those rings to the main body. Rest. So for the chest there, right? Object, armature and relic. White paint for the chest. Would you look at that? Yeah, this needs to be painted too. They need to be painted for the chest. That's it. Everything was 0. This was the bone. This is fine, so that it can dangle, but you have to select the chest and paint the rings too. Otherwise, gonna be messy. There, 1 and 2. Okay, like that. Now it should be fixed. Okay, pause. Get rid of the mess so we can see what's going on. Yeah, the rings now move. Okay. Lots of clipping, and here too. The cape moves beautifully too, and the tail. There is a little issue. It's like, can you tell? There are few birds that stay in place on the tail there. That bird. It's like it has very little white paint or something. And there are a few others that kind of pinch. What can I do with the helmet? So that maybe if it moves the shoulder up, right, the helmet should tilt a little, right? How can we do that? The helmet is not parented to the head. Maybe we can the shoulder moves, we can move the head a little, but it will clip through the other side. So if you move one shoulder up, you need to lower the other. There's an issue here too. Those normals or something. They're a bit... Looks like a pattern from Metroid Prime. It reminded me. Something like that. But that's glitchy actually. But well, other than a lot of glitches you can find here and there, well, we managed to do it. Yes. Shall we try an export? Like a random export? To see what we can make it work. Well, let me try the shape key. Let's see. Shape key for what? For the chompers, right? Needs to be, yeah, basically, right? For the chompers themselves. Shape key, base, and the key one, you trigger that for the lower chompers, and would be lower closed. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it properly, I mean, but I'm gonna try. It's cranked up. Edit. Can you do it sculpting? Perhaps. I hope. Can you only do it in edit? I need to preserve that shape, so I need to grab this loop, that one too, and G. Can you GG up? No, never. Can you use the normal axis? Probably it's gonna be hard to calculate that normal. Okay, we have to move it. And this one should slide a little too. This loop here should slide. What? You cannot deselect one. Yeah. GG. It's better to do GC straight up. Seems to be the case. Let's does that. It kinda gives the illusion. We cannot do we cannot do much more. Well, I can close it more. That's for sure. But okay, let's try with the upper one. Upper chomper. Object. You can, well, I was gonna say you can kinda combine them, maybe, perhaps, maybe. If you do it, well, there are only 2 blend shapes, so you don't really need to do the whole AR kit, and the blinks in the AR kit, yeah, you do the blinks too. Okay, we can name them, we can combine them maybe and name it as a blink or something. Maybe we can have it blink. Okay, so upper chompers. Why is this the case? Upper chompers, it does not have base and upper closed. Okay, you crank that one up. Okay, and the same procedure. You grab that the whole way, and maybe you can leave that one there. GC. Thing is, you kind of have to make them match. We can slide this one. And let's try to match this. Or the other way around. It's stretching down. This is gonna be too much deformation. Is it gonna look off while it transforms? Perhaps. You're gonna say, oh, why is metal so flexible? this one should slide quite a bit to be able to cover that. It's not that bad. Maybe we can modify the lower one a little bit more. Kinda cool. Okay. I can lower this a little bit. Not that much. Well, it does not have to close perfectly either. See what's going on here on the sides. Because there is some weird clipping, right? There is that face, that little face there. Did it happen? Was there before too? Yeah. Well, that's it's a problem with the normals or something, possibly. Okay, it has a blend shape there. Well, has a little bit of a few issues here and there, but let's try an export. Come on, let's do it. We'll do a quick save. And how can we do this? Well, first of all, Canon High Poly. It was never baked in the end, but well, let's move it to this collection. I move it. No, I need to move you to the High Poly collection. There you go. Okay. So we need to select what? The armature. Armature and all the meshes, right? Everything is visible, or only the armature. It kind of contains, right, the meshes, but they are grayed out. Can I do select objects? Select objects. All of them. How can I do this? Well, I can, if I select the collection, how will it export? Does it automatically select everything, or what's going on there? I think we're gonna find out, right? If I were to do 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and I were to export you as an FBX without animation, of course, only mesh and armature. Selected objects, and you can do it with visible objects too. That's also a good way to do it. Okay, and I would do transforms. Oh, I guess I have not cleaned every transform and I have not applied every modifier. Do we have blend shapes? Do we have two on the chompers. Because when you export you can apply all modifiers, but you lose the blend shapes. There was a way to apply modifiers without losing the blend shapes. Okay, so here before exporting I need to create a new incremental because I'm gonna apply everything, right? Okay, so we're gonna start from top to bottom. Can you massively apply everything? Can you select everything and say apply all modifiers? Possibly not, right? I'm not sure, but possibly not. First of all, let me not trigger the blend shapes there for the chompers. Where are you? Upper chompers, blend shapes. Okay, shop. Lower chompers, shop. Okay. So for you, that you are the most complicated, let's say. Mirror, solidify, bevel. Let's see how can, because you can come here and apply. Will it trigger a warning or cannot be applied to a mesh with shape keys? Indeed, but I have Shell Beetle secret tool. But you apply all modifiers, not all of them. Apply chosen modifiers, keep shape keys. Apply the mirror, the solidify, the bevel, the checker. We don't need it for anything. And that's it. Okay. The armature is a modifier, but yeah, okay. It worked. Active object has non-uniform scale. What has happened there? Let's see. Has non-uniform scale. The chompers, lower chompers. It applied the modifiers, but did it explode or something? No, it moves properly. What? Okay, there was a glitch here on the shoulder pad, but I guess it's only that line English because it's recalculating the light or something. I hope. It seems to have worked. Let me see here. Yeah, the scale is messed up indeed. You're right. Shall I do object apply all transforms? Okay. Seems to be behaving properly. Okay, let me hide the armature. That's too much visual noise. Okay. Everything seems to have transforms applied for now. I thought this one does not have transforms applied. Apply all transforms. Okay. Did that change a lot? No. Okay. Cool. I probably need to join these meshes. When I say probably, I mean control join and can you merge those birds or is it ultra illegal? I guess that's considered editing the birds, right? So you're possibly gonna create a mess. Let's not do it for now, okay? Just in case, keep them separated for now. Okay, everything here. Oh, the rotation, rotation. Apply transforms. Okay, over here location was modified to. Isn't there a quick way to apply all transforms? First of all, good sir, rest the pose because you could be destroying things here. Luckily I saved before doing this, but okay, no, it seems to be fine. Okay, but yeah, you need to rest it. This guy is not deposing though. We're gonna find out. Indeed, we're gonna find out. Unity has an option to depose it for you, but I moved everything in the z-axis. I was checking only the scale, but the location. Can I do Shift R to repeat the last action? Shift R. Yes, that's amazing. Shift R. Shift R. Okay. Can I try? Well, let's go with this. This one does not have. Ads on it. Okay. Okay. Clamp. Going fast. We're going fast. Machine. Flaps. The flaps here too. Okay. Is it? That's it, right? Yeah. The medallions. You and you. And I guess that is it. Okay. Save again. Upper chompers. Apply modifiers. Source and modifiers. Mirror, solidify, bevel. And that's it. Okay. Do your work. Okay, that clips a little there, but fair enough. Okay. So from the top to the bottom, right? Modifiers. Okay, nothing here. Apply the curve. Apply the mirror. That's it. Apply the subdivisions if you want. Do we really need that many? Not really. I'm not gonna apply it. Okay. You are fine. You're fine. You're fine. Fine. Good. 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 Really? Okay. They didn't have that many modifiers here. What about this subdivision? Do I really need that much? I will let it live there. I think we might not need it. Yeah, we don't need that. Okay. Mirror, apply. The body. Do you need the subdivision? Yes. Apply. The bevel. Okay, cool. The clamp. I have one bevel. Is it needed? I'm not 100% sure. Is it better or not? It kind of is. Apply it then. Well, you can skip it if you want it with less polish, I guess. Let's skip it. The magic would be to keep it like right only with the texture there, so that's cleaner. That's why we did that. I applied the body, the bevel to the body there. We probably could have skipped that too, but we have the previous file. I apply that. Maybe that bevel you can skip too. Oh, you need to apply that. This bevel. Maybe it's not like needed. Maybe you can keep it there. It's like it will benefit, but you will have a more complex mesh. It looks better, to be fair. Should apply it. It's like the Canon to apply it. Oh, that was barely noticeable from the clamp. So maybe that one you can skip. Let's see. This flops. I think we're good to go. This armor thingy. Helmet. Oof. Apply the mirror. Apply the bevel, right? Yeah. Apply the subdivision. And that's it. Okay. We are good to go. Okay. Save. And let's do that again. Well, you can do straight up, right? Wireframe. Sha. Solid. Well. Okay, everything is selected here. And the armature. Select that too. Okay. Export as an FBX. Export only the mesh and the armature. Selected objects. Don't Don't touch the transforms. Apply modifiers. No, don't apply modifiers. Armature add leaf bones. No animation. Okay. Export that. Cool. Let me start opening Unity. Okay. Let's see what we can do. It's gonna be hard to set up all those tails in Warudo. I can tell you that. Well, hard. Well, the dangly plates, the dangly plates, yeah, there are 26 dangly plates. Are you gonna have 26 tails in there? I mean, you can. But do I want to do I want to have such a complex model loaded there on my scene? Possibly not, because it's gonna explode a little bit. Other than that, has those 26 tails for the dangle plates, has one more for the flaps, has the tail, 3 for the cape, 2 for the dangly straps on the side, but and 2 for the, no, 5 for the cape, because the cape has the 2 on the front too, and 1 for the relic, and that's it. Well, there are not that many if you don't count the dangly plates. That would be the tail, 5 for the cape, that's 6. What else? The dangly thing is the straps, those are 2 more. And is that it? Yeah, the dangly plates and the ribbon too, but that's a big one. Maybe that one is worth it. I have Unity open here. Gonna create a new mod. It's gonna be called GABUROON. Okay, create mod. Let me show you Unity. Gonna hide the blend. Where is it? There. Okay. Let's see what we got exported, because it is a mystery. GABUROON. Let's see. Okay. Not bad. Pretty cool. We need to add all the materials and everything, right? We need to extract the materials. Classic. Model. Read and write. What else? Legacy blend save normals, to be fair. I'm gonna do it, but this guy is pretty simple. This guy has no issues. Materials. Let's see how easy or hard is this thing right now. Only 4 materials. TX armors, TX body, TX clamp, and TX cloak. Let's see. TX armor. And you have the option here to do the metallic too. So you really don't. Well, it's gonna do lots of parts at the same time. So let me import the textures to the project. Gonna drop them straight up here in the folder. So TX armor, albedo, that's the color. Armor, albedo, armor diffusion, albedo, boom. Okay. Armor emission, it is actually the metallic, so I can plug it there in the metallic, right? Yes, sir. Okay. What else? Armor occlusion. Normal map. Okay. Straight up has it here. Normal map. Okay. Armor. Texture is not marked as a normal map. What? Fix now. Fix now. Now it's a normal map. Okay, it did something there for me, I guess. Okay, it changed the format, I guess. Looks different. Okay, so TX armor now. Height map, I don't have, but I have occlusion. Yes, sir, occlusion. There you go. Okay. The only thing is for the albedo. I needed to put this in white, right? There we go. That's more like it. Was thinking, yeah, for the albedo, I put all my colors in there, but the guy is looking rough. Okay, armor material. I think it is okay. Body. Let's go. Body. Albedo. Body diffusion. Boom. And there we go. Big W. Metallic. Does the body have a metallic body emission? It is completely dark, so I'm not gonna even plug it. Body occlusion. Good sir. There you go. Body occlusion. Body normal map, and fix it. Okay, pretty good. And the armor though is kind of shiny there. Shall I plug the armor roughness? Yes sir, probably. Armor roughness. Where shall I plug it? It is the contrary to smoothness, I guess, right? Smoothness scale factor in metallic. So you can only plug one, metallic or roughness, because I have both. Smoothness, metallic alpha, albedo alpha, metallic alpha is right. Height map, detail map. Is my roughness the height map? Really? Well, I don't have bumps in there, but secondary maps. Another normal map, a detail albedo, detail mask, height map. Roughness, armor roughness. It's kind of similar because it's too shiny. That's what I was thinking, right? It's kind of shiny. That wall. Why is the visor? Did I not apply the modifiers for the visor? Well, clearly I did not. I think it's the only one I missed. Such. Let me export again then. Visor. Yeah, I forgot about it. Apply, solidify, Bevel. Subdivision. Maybe the subdivision is a bit too much, but it is what it is. So you can save and export again. Armature and mesh, selected objects. Well, I need to select objects. Select everything. Okay, export another FBX. Armature and mesh, selected objects. Don't apply modifiers. Add lift bones and no animation. Export FBX. Okay. Is it ready? I guess. Let me save. I go to Unity with you again. I need to delete this model then. Delete. And GABUROON 18. A material is using the texture as a normal map. The texture must be marked as a normal map in the import setting. Fix now. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now it's fixed. Okay. Model read and write. Legacy blend shapes, materials, extract. Well, they are already extracted in a way. They are extracted, but they are not applied, so careful with that. So go back. Can you go back? Applied. Oh, I got a warning there. And applied import settings for GABUROON FBX. Off. Off. Apply. Let me delete all these materials and re-import the model. Delete. Okay. Let's do things properly. Select the model. Let's see. Read write. Legacy blend shape normals. Let me see. Did I get any message from a client or something before it's too late to answer? Because it's getting late here. Let's see. Okay. Everything seems to be on point. No issues, right? Let me double check. Great. Cool. Let's keep cooking here. So, materials. Extract materials. There you go. Cool. Doing thinkies. TX armor. Okay. It understood that the normal map is indeed that one. So, diffusion. Emission is metallic, I guess. Can try with roughness instead. It has a little bit more info than that one. Do you look better? Difficult to tell. Let me see with this. You're pretty shiny still, so I don't know about that. Maybe that's better. Occlusion goes here. Height map. Let's try putting the roughness in the height map. Is that decent? Difficult to tell. It's probably for the bumps, right? And you can regulate here. Secondary maps, detail albedo, and another normal map. Tiling, offset, UV sets, advanced options. No. Well, I guess little by little, maybe with another shader or something, you get that option in there. But luckily, well, it's a miracle we can make this one work. So let's not run that fast yet. Body diffusion for the albedo there. Okay. What else? Metallic. Body emission. It does not have info. It does not have any information. So body occlusion. Okay. And the body normal map, it's already plugged in. Okay. The clamp. Why does the clamp? It has a normal map plugged in. Yeah. It seems to be, yeah, it is the proper one. How could you know? And in the body, it is the body, and the armor, it is the armor. Good job, Unity. Good job. Clamp diffusion, albedo. Okay. Metallic, and has nothing. Clamp occlusion. There you go. Pretty cool. That one was pretty good. Clamp roughness. It does not have that much info. It is for the eye. It is for the eye. Can I plug it in metallic? Nope. Very, very aggressive. Well, maybe can you play with smoothness? Can I do metallic for, I don't know. It is emission. We don't have emission here. Yeah, I guess that's Polyjomi's job. I don't know. Cloak. Now you got the normals there because you are big brained. Okay, he's kind of shiny though. He's kind of shiny. I am not an ultra enjoyer, but let's see. Cloak diffusion for the albedo there. Okay, anything else? The normals and the occlusion. Okay. Occlusion and normals and albedo seem to be worth it. The others, I cannot make them work here. Looks pretty cool. Oh, the laser. Did you remember I never UV unwrapped the laser? Well, there it is. It came to bite me in the butt. It is fine. Rig, humanoid. Let's see. Standard strip bones, yeah. Apply. Okay. Yeah, let me delete GABUROON 17 from here. Okay. Let me set up the animator for you. Good sir. Configure. Boom. Let's go. This guy is having a rough time here. Because possibly he's trying to depose you or something. Hips. hips. I'm gonna change you for the actual hips. Hips. Spine, spine, chest, chest. Shoulder. Check this out. Arm, forearm, hand. Okay. Shoulder. Oh, shoulder is trying to do the cloak here for the right arm. No, 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 good sir. No, no, no. Shoulder. Follow this path for the right arm. Arm. Lower arm. It's forearm. Forearm. Okay. And hand. Luckily, he does not have any fingers, so it should be easy enough. What's going on here? A right shoulder transform. Shoulder R is not a child of chest. Really? Shoulder R is not a child of the chest. Do I have a disconnected? Let me see in Blender. Shoulder R is not parented to the chest. No. Oh my god. You are right. Shoulder R is not parented to the chest. Wow. You were right. The thing is, can I fix it here? Can I parent you in Unity? Or no? Little off, little off. That's why you chose that weird path there. And what's going on here with upper leg, lower leg, foot? Flip-flops. I need to get rid of the flip-flops, man. They are here in Blender too. Flip-flop bones, they are ultra tiny probably. Yeah. Let me show you. You see that atom here? That is the flip-flop. Flip-flop L. Dissolve bone or delete bone. I hope that one didn't have that many influence in there. Okay, flip-flops out, and I parented the shoulder. It was disconnected indeed. So let's try saving and export again. A new FBX. Export armature MX. Oh, selected objects. So wireframe. In object mode, you select everything like that, and that should be it. Let's check, and yeah, that is indeed the case. So export FBX GABUROON 19 armature mesh, selected objects, no transform, don't apply modifiers, add lip bones, no animation. Export. The thing is, I'm not seeing like a confirmation that it has exported, right? Per se. But I guess it has. Let me move here, show Unity again. Let's see if we can, well, cancel this, right? Done or repaired. We have to clear this model. Let's see if it's, yeah, the materials are outside the model. So let's try deleting you, delete you. GABUROON 18. Let's import the other one. The thing is, we're not gonna extract the materials. I'm gonna pray for it to accept those materials. Read and write. Legacy blend save normals. Materials though. I don't need to extract them, right? Materials are embedded inside imported access. Material assignment can be remapped below. TX armor, okay, I can choose it here. Maybe, right? But not from Bichi Pichi. Those are assets from Bichi Pichi. Can I drop it? For example, can I do TX armor? Are you? Yes, you can do it like that. Body, your body. Clamp, your clamp. And cloak, your cloak. Okay, and apply. Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Unity. Okay, rig humanoid. Strip bones and apply, right? Animation, we don't need to do anything with that yet, still, at least. Okay, this one looks better and it's posing for me automatically. That's great. Well, it has that issue there. Have you seen it? Do you see that issue here with the hand? It is not keeping my constraints. Shall I, or can you apply the constraints to your model? There is probably an option in Unity or something, right? I will change here root for hips, spine, chest, and it automatically recognized the whole skeleton, right? I probably need to, has no toes, of course. Head, neck, head. It does not have a left eye, it only has one. Okay, good enough. And it has no hand, and it has yeah, you're right, it has indeed a right hand with one Bonaruski for, yeah, that makes sense. Pretty cool. Muscle settings, yeah, apply. Let me see how this guy, if this guy's got the moves or not. Let's see how you move. Oh, what's that spike there? Open and close. Sure. Left and right. Sure. I am seeing huge spikes there. What are those spikes? What are those spikes? Why are they there? I don't know. I don't know, indeed. What are they part of? They are part of, I'm trying to follow them. Could they be birds on the feet that were affected by the flip-flops? And when I deleted the flip-flops, they stayed without a weight in there or something? I guess there are wild birds that they don't have, right? They don't have weights assigned to them. I guess there is one here. I don't know, maybe it belongs to the body, that one. And these ones might belong to the feet. Well, they do belong to the feet. And the case, it could possibly be the case that was something related to the flip-flops. That was why my first instinct was to dissolve the bones and not. Oh, look at the tail too. The tail is spicy too. It's a bit spiky. What is that? Ah, from the thingies, from the cannon there. Well, he's pretty broken here. Pretty broken, poor guy. Done. But I mean, in Warudo, you know, I have exported pitch sometimes in a similar catastrophic state, and it was not that terrible, let me tell you. Like, she was able to function in Warudo. I don't know if it's maybe this export to BRM fixes it for you. Let me see. Let's try. Now it has the animator. It does not have normalized bones because it has not been exported to BRM. I don't want to freeze the T-pose though. Let me try exporting straight up. It lets me, I guess. Well, T-pose can be made automatically. And post freeze is checked. I need to set the T-pose, yes. Hitting the wrong button can mess up your model here. You can make T-pose or make T-pose Unity internal. One of those. You know what? I'm forgetting. It has to be facing the Z-axis, and it is already facing the Z-axis. I'm a professional here, so that's not the issue. Sometimes it tells you, right? Freeze T-pose or no, it's already frozen. Pose freeze checked. Okay. Make T-pose. This can make the model explode. We can try it though. Make T-pose. It's pretty illegal. That is pretty illegal. Well, of course it's messed up because the constraints are not there. This thing is not fused. But other than that, okay, I can export. Let's see. GABUROON 1. GABUROON 1. Version 1. Sorry, then you should be called GABUROON. Author, Koki. Well, it should be a collab with the other guy that modeled it originally. Koki. Okay. Export to my desktop VRM. Okay. It was the chunkiest export, I guess, because, well, it had to pack. Has a lot in there, and the materials and everything, right? I need to clean everything right now. such, but it's not that bad. Clear the folder. Boom. Delete this GABUROON. Import the GABUROON in the VRM. Okay. Big W. Unit is doing hyperthinkies. Ooh, it's doing importing all the assets, building the whole model. Now, here it is. Boom, the GABUROON. Big boy GABUROON. Yes. Okay. Deposed by Unity. Well, look at that. It put the shoulder pad properly there in the T-pose. So now, with this, I think you need to build a character, right? You can still, maybe you can come here and check. I'm not gonna be checking the blend shapes because they are in the model. I think there is a folder here. Which one is it? Ayo. Let me check that real quick. Okay, I thought that path was doxy, but it is not, luckily. Whoa, that was scary. What is it? These folders, right? They have sometimes avatar description. Sorry, it's because my mother is in the my phone is in the way. Blend shapes. Here you have the blend shape clips for the VRM, right? It does not have anything. It only has two. You can manually import them in Unity if you want, in Warudo. So no problem, maybe. So you select this guy, you go to Warudo and you set up character. Has animator, true. Has normalized bones, true. So set up as character mode. Okay. Big W. Now the character, you select that and you build the mod. Okay. Big W. Let's go. And in a few moments I'm gonna get the, there we go, GABUROON.warudo. Gonna copy that, and in Warudo, that's already open, I'm gonna open the data folder. It is a secret folder and you won't be able to see. Open data folder. Okay, now I open the character folder and I drop GABUROON there. Okay, now I will create a new character for my scene. Source is gonna be GABUROON. Okay. Oh, there he is. Well, I would say that's kind of accurate. It's a big, he's huge, right? But that is not, it's kind of like that a bit, right? It is kind of like that. There he is, big chillin'. Big chillin'. Can I move you to the back? Ultra chillin', the guy. Big chillin'. So cool, man. Always feels like magic. Motion capture. Let's set up the motion capture for GABUROON. Face tracking. I guess. Shall I even bother with face tracking? I guess just to be able to track where my head is, right? So I'm gonna use cookies tracking, the iPhone here. VRM blend shapes. Let's try ArcKit. It has 0 blend shapes, but it tracks the blinks better. It's irrelevant. I guess, because I'm gonna add in Warudo you can select your blend shapes even if they are random blend shapes that are not official, right? And you can make them trigger using a parameter from the ARKit from your phone or your camera, because MediaPipe can also translate to camera to the ARKit parameters, right? It's worse, but it can do it. So you can trigger your blend shapes with your blinks, and because there are only two, I can actually put them in separate layers and make them stack, because sometimes for left and right, if you trigger one eye, it will open the other, things of the like. That can happen. So lip sync. Yeah, there is no lip sync to be had. Post tracking, media pipe. Okay, I think it did not ask me if I wanted to reuse. Can I go back? Because I would like to reuse Cowcase. Cowcase tracking. Maybe it asks you in the end, perhaps. Okay. Post tracking, media pipe. Okay. Okay, here. Don't create a new one. Use Cowcase. Okay. Setting up. Setup. Okay. Now I can move. I kinda can move. GABUROON. Cowcase has exploded. Okay. Well, we kinda move. We're kinda moving. The hand dragging though. The hand dragging really needs constraints for this guy. Well, it is not accurate for Koke even. Let me see. Maybe if I were to select Koke as a character, because maybe it went into my settings and yeah, let me check my trackers. If character, why is it character? Because it's trying to use GABUROON, but it does not know its name. No, character, you always use Koke, and that's better now. But I have lost my pendulums. There are my pendulums, you can see them there. You can see them wiggle when I blink. There, wiggle. Give me my pendulums back, you mister. Give me my pendulums. Load pendulums. Give it to me. Yeah, there they are. Now my ears wiggle again. Yes, as they should. And for my hands, use my tracking. That's it. That is better. But still needs, this guy still needs constraints. Movement constraints. Other than that, did I never unwrap the visor? Because can you tell that the visor is completely black? I don't know why that is the case, but it is the case. Hands up. Hey. I didn't do that, okay? I found it was like that when I came here. And my Canon can be a bit scuffed. It is what it is. And can you add constraints in Unity, or can you apply constraints inside Blender and will they export to Unity afterwards? That would be nice to know, nice to learn. So well. It needs polishing. Yes. How I managed to do it? Yes. Here, if you want, in Warudo, you can set up all the tails for him, right? But he has so many that I'm not very sure. Oh, the tail is very scuffed. It's so spiky though. Got so spiky. He's like floating in the air. Look at look at him. I don't really I don't ultra hate it that he's straight up floating there. It kind of translated kind of okay. He was in a difficult pose to ease, but they managed to ease it. Well, they managed to ease it. The tail though, the tail issues happen there. Maybe I need to go and check those birds to see if there are influences or birds without weights. Maybe have some here on the foot, right, on the feet. There are a few on the feet. Wow. But we have security now here. Security. GABUROON. Help. So the crew keeps going. Shall I set up? Oh, look, the eye is moving a little. Yeah. Let's see. We're protected by a cannon and a clamp. Kinda huge. Wow. Be careful with that, GABUROON. You can hurt somebody. Okay, now it's kinda working. Let me set up a few tails for him. So I will set up one for the relic. Let's see, one for the relic. His real tail. Okay. Let's start with that one. Tails. Can I duplicate? Nah, I will do a new one because Cookie's tail is kind of peculiar, let's say. It's a cat tail that wiggles like this a lot, right? It is slithery, as they say here. So let's create tails. I should start naming them. Cookie. Cookie's tail. Okay. Cookie's tail. Cookie's tail. Maybe he had one at some point, but this one maybe it's for the first Cookie, and this one is Cookie too. That could be the case. Let me see this other tail. Where he be at? This one. Oops. This one is wow. It is from GABUROON. Let me change the name of GABUROON because it only says character, and that's impossible to find here. And probably GABUROON needs its own collection here because otherwise character, this one is GABUROON. GABUROON, okay. is Gaburoon's tail. Gaburoon's tail. Okay, and the character is Gaburoon, and the path it is armature, roots, hips, hips, spine. What? Oops. The tail is parented to the chest too. And you know why that is? That's because that's probably why it is that's probably why it is so spiky. The tail is parented to the chest because it is a copy. It is a copy of one of the tails he had on the cape, right? The central tail it had there. So I need to change that parent too. So we can set it up. It would be tail. You have to select the base, I think. Is it working? It is working. It is working. So maybe it's not ultra bad. Well, I mean, it's not great, but it could be worse. Could be worse. Shall I make it curl more? Probably not that much. It's not a cat tail. Let me see. Let me rotate you. It's not doing much, to be fair. Pretty weird that parenting. Can I do... Well, that would be it. Oh, okay. No, speed, slow, range might be. Maybe that's enough. You can make it move like a lot, but maybe I don't see that tail moving much, to be fair. Something like that, it's already kind of a lot. Okay, another tail. Another tail would be can I straight up duplicate this one? Shall I save the collection? Has anything exploded? I think I can save this scene. Okay. Let me duplicate Gaburoon's tail. How can I? Yeah, like this, right? Duplicate. Okay, great. And you would be Gaburoon's relic. Should make a collection with everything. Look at me, Gaburoon. Look at me. There we go. The relic. Relic should be dangling a little bit, right? Well, all the dangly plates should be dangling, let's be honest. But we cannot afford that many tails. Spine, chest. This one is indeed parented to the chest, and it's called relic. Straight up, relic. This one. Does it work? It works. but it is behaving like a tail, like the other one. Understandable, but no. You don't wave, right? Well, the waving rates and the waving speed. Slithery, you should not be slithery at all, right? Or curling. Rotation, relevancy, gravity. Can I change your direction? Waving axis. Okay, 111 will be the wave in all directions. We'll wave the tail only left and right. Like 0.1, 0, and 1. I want it to wave in all directions, basically, to be fair, but I don't want it to behave. Shall I do it with pendulum physics instead? Like my ears, but my ears move when I blink. But they don't move when I move my head per se, so waving range and waving speed. If I delete the waving range, that's not great, right? They don't want it to be pointing to us. Waving speed, let's see. Well, I mean, gravity. Gravity on the y-axis, maybe. Can I do 1 there? Because z-axis in Warudo is, I think, is the y-axis usually. 9.81. They have to do like that. Nope. Right? Nope. Shall I try it in C? 9.81 and 0. Let me see the gravity prompt here. Reset. But it does not tell you. Is it in X? I don't think so, right? Nope. Shall I? Or can I even crank it up? If I do 100, will it explode or something? Well, literally it's pointing quite a bit in that direction. Can I do? Okay, now it's pointing up. So can I do minus? Okay, kinda works. But can I do yes? Something like that. That's minus 1,000 though. That's quite a bit going on there. Can you dangle though? Because yeah, you're pointing down, but can you dangle? I don't want you like slithery. Does not make sense, right? Waving range could be big, right? I want you to move when I move. Waving speed. Yeah, look, it's moving a lot then, but it's moving like a tail, and I don't want that to happen. Because you can move, you can it's moving in place. That's not terrible, but I want you, it kind of dangles, or at least it stays in place while I move, and it is not ultra illegal. It's not great though. Let's see. Enable, yeah. I don't know. I'm not seeing that many. Let's do another one because I'm not seeing that many options there that I can use to save that one. Let's do the ribbon. The ribbon is kind of big. ribbon, and that could be is parented to the chest too, right? Should be kind of a long one. A long one. Which one? Tail, tail, tail. Ribbon, 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 one. Okay. Cool. But we have to fix it, right? If I move, it kinda moves. But can you slithery curling? Let's see. This one, it has the gravity, has a huge gravity, probably, right? Yeah, because I joined it from the other. If I do 0, no, it's better that it has gravity. 9.8, no, you really need to crank it. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's legal, I guess. Springiness? No, I don't think that's gonna do right. Let's see. I don't have magical claws or anything like that, right? So we have tails though. We have tails. Tails can do quite a bit. Let's see. Angle limit. Should it have an angle limit? Probably, right? Yeah, otherwise it's gonna be spinning quite a bit. I wanted to waving speed. It moves like from side to side, right? Like that. But it is not, even though it is quite slithery though. But curling, if I crank that up, is it because of the gravity? Does the gravity destroy it? Makes sense, or would make sense in a way. That's, I mean, not ideal, to be fair, not ideal. Could be worse. You add a little bit more life on it, to it, but that could be a great candidate for pendulum physics, right? Makes sense. It's literally a pendulum, right? But to which blend shape activation will you attach it to? Or does it even make sense to? I don't really know. Is this the first character I have done like this? For Peach, I have done her hair with a tail, right? And it kinda worked, but because it is wobbling a little like that, right? And you can kinda not tell that much what's going on. I can do something similar for these stringerinos. It's not gonna be amazing. Can do the same for the cape. Can try the cape. Let's do that. Let's see how they look over there. Oh, you can see the reflection there in the metal. Whoa, all those clouds there. That's pretty cool. Let me see. And let's duplicate that and add it for the chest. Has to be a pretty good chain, a big one, right? A big chain for the cloak, the cape. This one, center cloak. That's one. That's the center of the cape, basically. Okay, it's moving now. Kinda decent. Oh, it's clipping a lot. It's clipping a lot. If I were to add the rest, the sides, center, R, and not the front, but the left. Okay. Then what's going on there? It's warping like crazy. Well, my tracking is not helping, to be fair. Let's see. Let's place the hands in a normal position. I mean, it could be worse, That would be a normal position, perhaps. Suffering a bit. Could be worse. It's clipping a lot. You can avoid the clipping adjusting the collisions and the cages for this. So you can do it inside Warudo. I'm a little bit scared because this model is getting kind of complex inside Warudo. I don't know how much can it take. I guess if it crashes, it crashes. If it crashes, we found the limit, I guess. And can try. A tail for the dangly thingies, but it's not gonna be amazing because as all these objects they're pointing down and Warudo does not seem well, or current Koki, to be fair, it's kinda late. I tried to compensate for the hours I didn't do previously because I started pretty late today. So I wanted to compensate for that. But yeah, we're approaching closing time here. Okay, it's about to close shop. Okay. Duplicate. And I'm gonna do, should rename them all. Cloak. Let me see. Not the front, not the cloak even. Central flaps. I didn't do the central flaps, but it didn't look even great in Blender, so the dangly things. No, these are the dangly plates. No. And this, how were they called? The stripes. Strap long. This one? Does that work? Let me see. And the long strap should be that one. I don't think you are doing anything. Pine chest, strap long one. This one? Is that it? Yeah, now it's moving. It's doing. Why is it getting that long? Why are you that long? Probably because of the huge gravity. Is it that bad? No, you need it, right? Otherwise you point to the front. Whoa, it's going up and down like crazy. Is it an issue? Is it a collision there? That could possibly be the case. But the thing is, you... yeah, look at that. I got a... What is that? Now, yeah, there. It is a tool, an automatic tool there. I got a tool to break the floor there. How do you call those automatic hammers to destroy the floor? It's incredible. Okay. It's probably not. I will remove it. Yeah, remove it. Can we trigger? Let me do that. Trigger the blend shape in GABUROON per se. GABUROON. I'm gonna try to. I will do expressions for you. This is the, and I'm gonna save a profile for you. So, yeah, I don't wanna generate a binding. No. I'm gonna create expressions. Can I save expression profile? Yeah. Okay. So I will add element, a new expression. It's gonna be upper. And layer 0 is fine. Disable blink tracking. No. Disable mouse tracking. No. Is binary. No. Target blend shapes. The blend shapes should be upper chompers, and the blend shape is called upper closed. Target value 1. Is binary? No. Enter duration, whatever. And you're gonna trigger with you're gonna trigger conditions add an element, blend shape, no BRM blend shapes. Use blend shape value from face tracking. Yes. Face tracking asset, facial mockup, and the blend shape should be eye blink left, for example. Okay, yeah, look at that, it triggered. Okay, but this should be immediate, basically. Okay, but yeah, keep it to a minimum. No, not that much delay. Okay, great. Cool. Something like that. Okay, and now I will trigger the other blend shape. Let me hide this whole mess because they get big. They get big expressions. Create a new one. You're gonna be called lower. Okay, and you're gonna be on layer 1 because I want you to blend, so you should be in different layers. So target blend shape is a lower chompers, lower closed. Okay, everything checks out. And the condition, it is from my tracker. Oops. From my tracker, invalid. Target blend shape. Yes, right. Face tracking asset. this one, blend shape. I blink. Huh. Like shall I trigger them at the same time? I guess, right? So I blink left too. And then that way they will blink at the same time. Always. Okay, enter expression and delay. You can make them independent. They are independent, but well, they are triggering from the same one. Maybe I can do it with I blink right. I control the other eye. Now I can do them independently. Okay, yeah, cool. So delay, no, make that lower, I guess 0.5, and I will save this for the future because I'm gonna have to import GABUROON 1,000 times. And profile name GABUROON blink. Okay, so he blinks now. Big W. Yum yum. Chompers. Chomper. Clips quite a bit when blinking, but he blinks. And he has, well, kind of tracks a little. Ultra scuffed though. Needs a lot of work still, but what we managed to do quite a bit. So good enough for today, I would say. Yes. Okay. Well, I'm gonna look for someone to write. Let me see. Who trimming? What? Who trimming? Well, we're not that many today, to be fair. We can try to write leads. We can write leads and then go and say hi. It is what it is. Okay. So thank you so much for watching, guys. As usual, thank you so much. And see you tomorrow when I can trim. Okay. I need to take care of the clients first, and when I'm ready, I'm gonna be trimming Monster Hunter, Monohana. Okay, see you around. Bye bye. Oh, the rate is loading still. Oops. No streamer. See you around.
Shit, I'm like